Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all welcome, welcome, welcome to the Upstate Classic, the 2024 version for Powerlifting America here in the Carolinas, here at beautiful Palmetto State Barbell. It is also May the 4th, so it is an honor to be joining y'all on Star Wars Day, one of my favorite holidays. So I will be making plenty of Star Wars puns, etc. across the day. But the most important thing here is making sure that we celebrate all of our lifters on the platform and making sure that we give each of them their flowers as they come up to hit their respective weights. We are just moments away from our first few lifters hopping on the platform. We've got 3 flights, fairly short flights across the board, probably 8 to 10 at the most. Our spotters and loaders are ready to go. We've got Mr. Josh Anderson. We've got Mr. Luke, Miss Val, Big Man Hudson, and Miss Meg on the platform as our spotters and loaders. Want to give a quick run through and shout out for all the folks that have helped make this meet possible. Definitely want to give a quick shout out to Marshall and Megan Powell, the owners and proprietors of Palmetto State Barbell and the meet directors for this wonderful meet for Powerlifting America. And then we also want to give a quick shout out to SBD and Palmetto State Productions. They are the presenting sponsors and the live stream and media company for this meet. We've got an interesting lineup today, folks. We've got folks from all weight classes, all ages. A lot of folks, this will be their first meet within Powerlifting America. This is also the first open, technically open meet for Powerlifting America in the Carolinas, so an honor that Palmetto State Barbell gets to host. And we've got our referees getting set up now. If I'm not mistaken, we've got Lindsay, Andrew, Natalie, and a couple others on the referee stand. And we're going to wait till the lifting gets started before we get rocking with the rules, regulations, and all my classic spiels. But looks like our MC, Mr. Matty Thickums himself, is trying to get the action started. And here we go, ladies and gents. The action has begun. Welcome to the Powerlifting America 2024 Upstate Classic at Palmetto State Barbell. Up first is Miss Sarah Harris. 84 kilo weight class, or 84 plus kilo weight class, excuse me. This is 132 pounds, so 60 kilos for our opener. Nice and easy. No knee sleeves, no wrist straps, no belt, no problem for Sarah. I believe that's going to be a good lift. Might be a little bit of a delay with lifting cast there. Ladies and gents, if you're watching at home, go ahead and give us a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're watching for. We like to let our lifters know that they're being supported all across the country, as well as at home on the live stream. Still got a little bit of a delay from lifting cast there, folks, but technology is an imperfect system, but it will be up and running here shortly. We've just got to get things fixed up here, get timed up with the iPads. Up next is Miss Tommy Norton. She's going to be going for 70 kilos, so 154 pounds. Ooh, there she is lying in wait. Very much in the zone. All right, bar is loaded for Tommy Norton. All right, like I said, this is 70 kilos, so 154 pounds. And she is a Masters 2 lifter, so she's between the ages of 50 and 59, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me. Ooh, very fast squat there. Depth was almost perfect. Actually, it was very much perfect. That's going to be a good lift. Now, unfortunately, that was a no lift for Sarah for her opening lift. I'm going to see what that call was for here. Looks like it was depth. Okay, looks like she didn't get deep enough there on that first attempt, but it looks like she is going to retake that attempt. She did put in 60 kilos for her next attempt. And ladies and gentlemen, since this is one of the first local meets for Powerlifting America, there's a lot of folks this is their first meet, maybe not just with Powerlifting America, but with powerlifting in general. So I will be doing my best to go over all of the rules, regulations, all the different things that can be going on with the squat, things to look for from the referee perspective, from the lifter perspective, different scenarios that might happen. But first, here's Deja Wilson, 225 pounds. A nice two-plate date. Oh, if she went any deeper, she'd be in China. 3 white lights. All right, so folks, if you're watching with the squat here, so let's go over the general organization of the meet, and then we'll go into each of the lifts. So if this is your first time watching powerlifting, what's going to happen is each of our lifters will come up and hit 9 total lifts, okay? So all of our lifters are going to be split up into flights, and all of our lifts are split up into the squat, the bench, and the deadlift, 3 attempts each. And so at the start of the flight, like Miss Sarah, Tommy, and Deja did for this flight, all of them will take their opening squat attempts, so their first attempts. And then once the last person in this flight has ended, we'll go back to the top to Miss Sarah, Tommy, and Deja for the second attempts, and so on for the third attempts. And then we'll go to the next flight where they take their first, second, third, and so on and so forth. Same for bench and same for deadlift. So each of our lifters will get 9 opportunities on the platform, 3 chances for squat, 3 for bench, and 3 for deadlift. That was Taylor Walters with 231 pounds for an easy opening attempt. Up next, bar is getting loaded for Miss Sarah Ulrich, Miss Re-Rack Your Weights herself. 297.62 pounds. Was just recently accepted to a PhD program for GIS, maybe? Sorry, Sarah, if I get that wrong. But Miss Sarah Ulrich, coached by the Traeger Strength, Eric Traeger in the corner there. Lifts out of Boone, North Carolina, fellow alum of Appalachian State University. Common competitor in the local scene here in the Carolinas. Here she gets her commands. Easy. Got a little bit off balance on that left shoulder there, but that's okay. See that attempt there. Yeah, very clean. Looks like she just got a little bit helicoptered on that side there, but no worries. Up next, we've got Mr. Bharat Yadav out of Raleigh. Lifts out of Hard Work Strength and Conditioning. 135 kilos, 297 pounds. Another product of Traeger Strength. All right, bar is loaded now for Bharat Yadav. Like I said, 297 pounds. Very smooth squat there for Bharat, a former national competitor. Unfortunately, that was going to be a no lift. Let's see the replay on that one. I believe he jumped the start command there. Yep. So we have to wait for the side referees to have their hands down before we begin our squat motion. And that's a good segue into the rules of the game, rules of the squat. And so there are 2 commands that you have to abide by for the referees. So the head referee is going to give you a start command, wherein if you're standing straight upright, out of the rack, knees are locked, Yep, knees are locked, bar is motionless on the back. Everything is stable, shows you have control of the bar. You'll get the squat command. From there, you will descend the bar to full depth, which means the top of the, or means the hip crease being below the top surface of the knee if you're looking at it from the side. Well, real quick, up next, we've got Mr. Brian Cochran. All right, Brian Cochran going up. Oh, we're taking a big jump here to 462 pounds. A high bar squatter for Brian Cochran. Now he shows that that bar is fully in control. He gets that squat command, descends all the way, and then once he shows that he has control on the way back up, he gets that rack command. Let's see it again. And that was a good lift for Brian Cochran. Up next, Mr. Corey Royal, also out of Hard Work Strength and Conditioning, Raleigh, North Carolina. Masters 1, 120-plus kilo weight class. Man is locked in. All right, bars loaded for Corey Royal. This is 275 pounds, so Corey is opening with 606 pounds. Corey looking to make his debut run for Masters Nationals, Age Division Nationals for the Masters class. It's a good squat there for Corey. And that's going to be a good lift. Let's check the replay here. Very slow descent on the way down. Very controlled, even all the way up. 606, that's going to be a good lift. Taking back up to the top of the order now, folks. We're at Miss Sarah Harris again. Now, she missed that opening attempt at 60 kilos, but we are going to be taking the same weight. 132.28 pounds. All right, bars loaded now. Here comes Sarah Harris starting us off the top of the order now. 132.28 pounds. Very stable walkout. Like we said, folks, she is as raw can get. No belt, no knee sleeves, no problem. Looked a little bit deeper. Looked just as easy. Let's see if that was good for our judges. And it was. 3 white lights. Let's check the replay here. Very stable walkout here. Okay, so we saw she went just a little bit deeper there to satisfy that depth. And she is on the board now with a good lift. Coming up next is Miss Tommy Norton, 75 kilos, so 165 pounds in the Women's Masters 2 84 kilo weight class. Oh, yeah, here's Miss Tommy now. Bar is loaded up for her. She walks up to the plate. And, folks, a couple more things that we want to look for with the squat here. Obviously, we want to satisfy that depth, right? So depth is going to be, like we said, that hip crease being below the top surface of the knee. But a couple things we're also looking for. Obviously, we want to meet the referee's commands as we're doing the squat. So we have to listen to that squat command, and we have to listen to that rack command. Referees... the lifters are required to wait until the judges say those commands before they begin their motion. Another thing you want to look out for is up and downward motion or double bouncing. So let's say a lifter starts to descend the bar and then they meet depth, they try to come up, but then they go back down to try and bounce it a little bit more out of the hole. Or let's say at any point in their ascent from the bottom, the center of the bar goes up and down in motion. That is going to be a no lift as well. The feet also can't move. The knees have to be completely locked out. So there's a number of things our lifters have to look out for when we're going through the squat. Here's Miss Deja Wilson. Oh. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Let's see what happened there for Deja. It looked very solid on the way up. I think she might have just gotten a little bit too bottomed out and then tried to find her way up. Spotter's a little bit confused on where to grab her, but she is all good. That's going to be a no lift, but she will come back to take that again. Up next is Taylor Walters, 248 pounds. All right, here comes Miss Taylor now. Bar is loaded. This is 112.5 kilos, so 76, in the ladies' 76 kilo weight class. Beautiful. And that's what you want to see for an opener, folks. You don't want second attempt. That's what you want to see for the second attempt. You don't want it to go too slow, but you don't want it to be too fast because then you might take a little bit of a larger jump going into the third attempt, and that's especially where that control needs to be because if you don't make that second attempt, then that's lost kilos on the total. Here's Bharat Yadav, 145 kilos, 319 pounds. So we did go up from that missed 135 kilo opener. It was definitely an easy opener, so I agree with Eric in that call to go up for the second attempt. If it was something as simple as, missing a command or something technical like that, very easy to come back from. But if it's strength, that's a little bit of a different story. But here's Bharat Yadav. All right, very little bit more patient there waiting for that start command. That was clean on the way down. I wonder if it was good depth for our judges. Let's see. 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. So let's see from the side here. Yep, so I can see that was just past that depth mark there, so good on Bharat there. To go just a little bit deeper, he does get 2 whites and is on the board. Up next is Sarah Ulrich. Going up 12.5 kilos to 325 pounds for a second attempt. We've got Coach Eric and Mr. Ian in the background there. All right, bars loaded. Here comes Miss Sarah Ulrich. She's sizing up 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds. Beautiful. Hit a little bit of a sticking point there right out of the hole, but that is going to be a good lift. Very slow, very controlled all the way at the bottom. And you're going to see a lot of folks take different approaches with the squat. You're going to see folks like Sarah that, take a little bit of a slower, more controlled approach. And then you see lifters that we'll see later on in the competition take a little bit of a faster approach to the bottom, really utilizing that stretch reflex once you hit that depth. And it's going to be all for lifter preference. It's going to be what the lifter prefers and what is best for their lifting abilities. Bar is loaded now. For Brian Cochran, 485 pounds. Folks, we are closing in on the 500 realm. All right, here's Brian Cochran. Electing to go for a little bit more of a high bar squat position here. And what I mean by that, folks, high bar means just having the bar a little bit higher on your shoulders. You'll see, like, for example, Sarah had a very low bar position, which means it's just a little bit lower on her back, closer to her shoulders. But then Brian Cochran chose to go for a little bit of a more high bar position, which, again, goes for lifter preference. Bars loaded up now for Mr. Corey Royal, 639 pounds. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be one of our biggest squats of the whole day. Masters 1, 120-plus kilo weight class. Rocking the J's. AJ1s, if I'm not mistaken, or are those dunks? I can't tell. Those look like J's. Here we go, Corey. Let's see what we got. It's a big walkout for Corey Royal. 290 kilos, 639 pounds. He finds his way up with it, but were the knees locked and was it deep enough? 2-1, that's going to be a good lift. Excellent job there for Corey. He comes away with 639 to start off his total, which is a huge addition to this total, especially when we're looking at qualifying for nationals and worlds. We're coming up now to the top of the order for Miss Tommy Norton. Going 80 kilos, so 176 pounds. All right, here's Miss Tommy Norton now. Had to get the bar loaded and set it up the right way. To make sure the lifting cast was good for our referees as well. So here's Miss Tommy Norton, bars loaded. This is 80 kilos. Like we said, 176.37 pounds. Oh, the look on her face says, oh yeah, I got it. It's no worries. Let's see what she's got, Tommy. Come on, let's lock in. Oh, can she find the way? Oh, man, she was not going to let that go either. Phenomenal attempt there for Tommy, and good grab by the spotters and loaders. Oh, man. Once you hit that sticking point, folks, it is so hard to come out of. And a lot of times that's what these lifters are training for. They're training to be able to lift and fight through that sticking point. because it's only when the weights get super heavy and when you need those pounds on the total is when you need to power through that sticking point. Up next is Deja Wilson, retaking 107.5 kilos, so 237 pounds. She's a sub-junior in the 52 kilo weight class. Here we go, Deja. Can she find the... Oh, much better. Much, much better there, Deja. Phenomenal job. We see here, folks, she controlled the depth just a little bit more and was able to find her way through that sticking point much, much easier. Phenomenal work there for Deja. That's going to be a good lift. Coming up next is Taylor Walters. I believe she's being handled by meet director Megan Powell. All right, bar is loaded, Taylor. Let's see what you got. 115 kilos, 253 pounds. Oh, wow. Couldn't have gone a little bit easier. Smile on the face says it all. Taylor Walters, 3 white lights. She's excited with that one. And to be able to come away 3 for 3 on squat leaves you with a lot more confidence, especially with that much more room in the tank. You can definitely make some plays later on for squat or for bench and deadlift. Up next is Sarah Harris, also taking 115 kilos. That's going to be the same weight. And the bar is loaded. Looks like Sarah hasn't come out just yet, but we have plenty of time on the board now. And so what happens, folks, if Sarah does not come out within her allotted 1 minute, once the referee says bar is loaded, what's going to happen is she will time out. And so that just means that time runs out. The attempt will be labeled a no lift, and it will just go on to the next lifter. However, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's got to be a little bit of a mistake in the lifting cast there. She went from 60 kilos to 115 kilos. That's going to be, that looks like a little bit of a discrepancy there. So we're going to see what's going on there. And unfortunately, Sarah does time out there. Again, still curious as to what happened there, but that's okay because we will be coming back for the bench press. Bar is getting loaded up next from Miss Sarah Ulrich, 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds. And you're going to find different strategies with folks' attempts here. So Sarah elected to go for a big jump from the first to second, but a smaller jump from second to third. And that's just to conserve as much strength as you can while getting as much pounds on the total as possible. And Sarah, no stranger to being locked in, no stranger to the grind. Hops under the bar here with 336 pounds. Very controlled walkout here. Controlled descent on the way down. Can she find her way through the sticking point? Oh, unfortunately not. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Yep, like we said, folks, once you hit that sticking point, it is so tough to try and fight out of. But that is exactly why we have spotters and loaders to grab the bar. To make sure our lifters stay safe. Because at the end of the day, if we're not being safe and we're not having fun, then why are we here, folks? Why are we here? Up next, Mr. Bharat Yadav. Ooh, he's got all the hype coming up to the platform now. Seeing some big cheers from the crowd Also taking 336 pounds. Now, folks, he is in the 59 kilo weight class. That means he is 100, or he weighed in at 130 body weight or less. And this is 336 pounds. And a clean run for Bharat Yadav, 2-1. That's going to be a good lift. Yep, and that was still depth from our side judge, Andrew Cargill. But hey, that is why we have 3 judges. All we need is majority rules, folks. Then just to, I should have done this way earlier, but just to orient you to what you're seeing on the screen here, the bottom is going to be kind of our heads-up display. So you've got the lifter's name, division, weight class, as well as each of the attempts. And then you'll also see white or red lights come up with cards underneath, those being yellow, blue, or red. And those are going to indicate the infractions that we talked about a little bit earlier. Those being depth, up and downward motion, knees not being locked, not abiding by the commands, things like that. All right, Brian Cochran, 507 pounds. In the 264-plus weight class. Here's Brian. Very smooth on the way up there. 3 white lights. Let's check that again. That was one of the cleaner squats we've seen thus far. Knees a little bit soft, but hey, that's why I'm here behind the camera, and that's why the referees are out there, because they see what I don't. But either way, that was a good lift for Brian Cochran. He'll finish 3 for 3 on squat. And coming up next is Mr. Corey Royal. 644 pounds. So a 2.5 kilo jump from his last one. We've got Mr. Rise and Shine in the corner there, Mr. Dominic Rowden. Corey getting the hype for this 644-pound squat. This is easily one of the biggest squats of the day, folks. Aside from the folks that we'll see in the third flight here. But Corey Royal, no stranger to the heavy weight. Let's see what he's got. Corey finds his way up. Can he find lockout? 3 white lights. That's going to be a good lift. And Corey is going to round out the end of our first flight of lifters, folks. We're going to go to our second flight of power lifters for the 2024 Upstate Classic for Powerlifting America. Luis Hernandez is going to round off our second flight with 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. Bar is loaded now for Luis Hernandez. Oh, make sure the belt's locked there. There we go. All right, Mr. Luis Hernandez, 292 pounds, starting off our second flight of powerlifters. That was an interesting little bobble there at the bottom, but, I mean, it looked fine to me. 3 white lights. Let's see the replay. Wonder if he might have just got a little bit off balance there. No, I think he was just trying to hit depth. But he did. That's going to be a good lift. Aiden Mendoza's up next. 380 pounds. 172.5 freedom units. Or, sorry, kilos, not freedom units. Freedom units would be 380 pounds. Bars loaded now for Aiden. All right, bars loaded for Aiden Mendoza. Like we are, so we are now past the 30-second mark. So he only has 30 seconds to come out for this attempt before he times out. Here he is, Aiden Mendoza. He's got 15 seconds to get that start command. So as long as he gets that start command before the time runs out, he is okay, and I believe he will. Very easy squat there. Now his hands moved. I wonder, that's going to be a no lift. Yep, our referees caught that. Folks, when you're squatting, you got to make sure the hands stay locked on the bar. They can't shift like that. And the fingers got to stay in contact with the bar as well. But he'll come away going to retake that second attempt. Up next, Mr. Seth Hughes. 380 pounds. Going to retake that same weight. Easy opener there for Seth. And some beautiful hair, 3 white lights. As a fellow haired lad, I can respect it. Oh my gosh, folks, this whole time I forgot to introduce to y'all who I am. Oh my goodness. Y'all just been listening to a random voice on the screen. My name is Nick Stevens, a.k.a. Gainendorf on Instagram. I am a powerlifting coach, commentator, former, hopefully soon-to-be competitor again once my knee decides to stop breaking, and overall just fan of the sport of powerlifting and the beauty that this powerlifting community is able to put on display each time we have a meet like this. Up next is Nolan Burnett, coached by Mr. Matt Octaviano. 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds. Absolutely smoked it. That's going to be a good lift, no doubt. All right, here's Hunter Burdett. 440 pounds, 200 kilos. Ooh, nice little highlighter singlet action there. Now, Hunter, last warm-ups was supposed to be taken in the warm-up room, not necessarily on the platform, but that's okay. We'll take that one anyway. 3 white lights. Beautiful depth, beautiful speed, beautiful consistency. Special plays, special teams, special players. What's up, brother? John West coming up next, 451 pounds. Yep. So, folks, you are going to see lifters adjust their belt on the platform. That is going to be the only piece of equipment that they are allowed to adjust. So knee sleeves, wrist straps, shoes, anything like that cannot be adjusted on the platform. Very wide squat there. A little bit shaky out of the hole for John West, but comes away with 3 white lights, 451 pounds. Like to go wider stance. Coming up right behind Mr. Gabe Mendez, 462 pounds. All right, here's Gabe Mendez, 210 kilos, 462 pounds. And a lot of these openers, folks, are going to be ooh, I wonder if he didn't jump that rack command. One of the side judges saw it, but the other two didn't. That's going to be a good lift. Nah, he was okay. I just looked a little bit late. He's good. Up next at the end of the flight here is Mr. Jalen Brown, 507 pounds, 230 kilos. He's in the men's open 83-kilo weight class. So he had to weigh in at 182 pounds or just below. All right, here's Mr. Jalen Brown. Easy peasy opener for Jalen Brown. My God, let's check the replay on that one. You want to talk about a picture-perfect opener squat there. Generally, when you're talking about openers, folks, you want to go for something that's something you could probably hit in the gym for 3 on a bad day. So you want to get something that you know you can get on the board with, because what's going to happen is, let's say you missed your first attempt, like some of our lifters have, and then say you missed your second attempt. Well, that puts you in kind of a make-or-break position there, because you have to hit at least one of your lifts for each of the disciplines in order to in order to register a total for the meet. So if you do not post a total, or you're not able to make any of those attempts, you will be disqualified, or what's called bomb out of the meet. Luis Hernandez back to the top of the order now. 3 white lights for an easy second attempt at 330. What was that? 363 maybe? I'm not good with math. Apologize. Aiden Mendoza's up next. Missed that 172.5 kilo on depth, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, his hands moved. That's what it was. His fingers came off the bar there. But now he is going to go up to 180 kilos, so 396 pounds. Much better job there keeping the hands on the bar. It's going to be a good lift. All right, here's Mr. Seth Hughes getting the crowd back up. 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds. Oh, sorry, that was a good lift. I just missed Mr. Seth Hughes. I apologize. Had the replay on. Had it going a little bit slow. Up next is Mr. Nolan Burnett, 418 pounds. 418.88. We'll just call that 419 pounds for the product of Legacy Strength. Home lifter at Palmetto State Barbell. Always good to be able to do a meet in your home gym. That way it just feels like a normal SBD day. I don't think he could have moved that any faster, folks. That's a good lift. All right, bars up next for Mr. Hunter Burdett. No relation to Mr. Nolan Burnett. Hunter's going to be going for 473 pounds. Bars loaded for him. Very stable walk out there for Hunter. Oh my gosh, he buried it. Hunter, please, keep the warm-ups for the warm-up room. 3 wide lights. Let's check how fast this went, folks. My gosh. Boing! Right out of the hole. Goodness. Well, bars loaded now for Mr. John West. 215 kilos. A 10-kilo jump from first to second. So this is 473 pounds. His first attempt was 451 pounds. Strong out of the hole there. Had a little bit of a fight, but he comes away with a good lift. A little bit of turbulence on the way down. Actually, sorry, on the way up there. But a lot of times you'll see folks with very wide stance squats, and they're a lot more dominant with the hips and the glutes, that it's very easy to misgroove. It just means to lift outside of your normal technique and bobble or shift weight onto a different body part, something like that. But with that, he was able to maintain his technique, able to maintain his position coming out of the bottom. So he was able to grind out that squat. And he will come away for his third attempt. Up next, Mr. Gabe Mendez. 10 kilos added. So this is 220. 485 pounds. Here's Gabe Mendez, 220 kilos, like we said, 485 pounds. Is that Mr. Andre Easter in the corner? Yes, it is. That's going to be a good lift for Gabe. Coming up next is Mr. Jalen Brown, 529 pounds. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Andre Easter in the corner there handling him. The dark horse of powerlifting. All right, Mr. Jalen Brown's coming up next, 529. Andre, I want to say you should probably give him a little bit more effort there on the second attempt there. Put some weight on the bar. That's going to be a good lift for Jalen Brown. He's going to end up our second attempts for the second flight. Folks, I reckon we're about halfway through our squats for the 2024 Upstate Classic for Powerlifting America. Back to the top now, Mr. Luis Hernandez going up 7.5 kilos to 341 pounds. Bar is loaded. Good grind out of the bottom there for Luis Hernandez. That's going to be a good lift. All right, bars loaded up next for Mr. Aiden Mendoza. Second attempt was a little bit tougher coming out of that first, so we only liked it to go up 2.5 kilos. That's about 5.5 pounds. Which, folks, if you've ever powerlifted before, 5 pounds can mean a world of difference, especially once we get to bench press later on. Here's Aiden Mendoza. £402. That was a clean squat, but was it deep enough for our judges? And it was. That's going to be a good lift. I might be seeing things differently. I think the camera's angled down just a little bit. I need to stop commentator cursing these kids. All right, Seth Hughes, 190 kilos, 418 pounds. Here's Seth Hughes. Oh, what a fight that was. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. That's going to be a no lift. He'll still come away 2 for 3 on squat, and we'll come away with a little bit more left in the tank there for bench. He didn't quite fight extremely hard, balls to the wall there, but he did save a little bit in the tank there for bench, not having pushed that too long. Nolan Burnett, 200 kilos, 440 pounds. All right, bars loaded. Here's Nolan Burnett. I believe he had about 10 more kilos left on the bar there. That's going to be a good lift there. Nolan definitely sandbagging our third attempts, but that's okay. Because maybe the real party comes for bench and dead. All right, bars loaded, 222.5 kilos, 490 pounds for Mr. Hunter Burdett. Are those Mountain Dew socks? Oh, yes, they are. Love that. No free ad reads. But here's 490 pounds. He's a junior lifter between the ages of 20 and 23. Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Listen, Nolan, Hunter, y'all might be related the way y'all's thirds are moving. Just a little bit too fast. Like Anakin and the pod racer on episode 1. Oh, and now we start with the Star Wars puns. Here's Gabe Mendez. This is your weight. £501, 501.55 pounds, actually. Excuse me. All right, bars loaded. Here comes Gabe Mendez. Third attempts like episode 3. Ooh, Gabe able to find his way out of the hole. That's going to be a good lift and a great grind for Gabe Mendez. All right, here's Mr. John West, very wide stance squatter. Very hip dominant. Let's see if he's able to maintain his position as he did for the second coming into the third attempts here. 227.5 kilos. Ah, good grab there by the spotters and loaders. He'll still come away with 240 kilos added to the total. Jalen Brown's coming up next, 551 pounds. Made very easy work of the first and the second attempt, so even 10-kilo jumps all the way through for Mr. Brown. Spotters and loaders making sure our rack height is just right for our for Mr. Jalen. All right, bar is loaded. The clock is ticking. Jalen Brown making full use of his time. He does have a full minute, so like we said, as long as he gets that start command within that minute. All right, here he is. Probably had to find the right part of the song. That's okay. We've all been there. Easy walk out there with plenty of time to spare. Should get no issues with that start command. Here we go. Jalen Brown, last squatter of the second flight. Can he find his way? Oh, looks like he buckled just a little bit there. Might have went just a little bit too low. And a good grab there by our spotters and loaders. Coming up next is going to be our third flight of powerlifters and our last flight of squatters for the 2024 Powerlifting America Upstate Classic. Mr. Matt Arnold representing the men's equipped open, looking to solidify a qualifying total here. Going to be taking 75 kilos for his opening attempt. So 165 pounds. Matt Arnold, no stranger to the national stage or the world stage in the equipped realm, so looks like he's only going to be hitting token lifts here to try and get a total. I should only imagine this is going to be a huge struggle for Matt. Let's see what he's got. Oh! Oh, gosh, what a grind that was. 3 white lights. No question about it. Up next, we've got lifter number 2, episode number 2. Christopher Lewis going to be striking back. 75 kilos, 165 kilo, 75 kilos, 165 pounds. And again, Chris, another heavy grinder opener squat there, 3 white lights. Let's take a look at how much struggle he had to put in order to get that up there. My gosh, look how, gosh, could not be working harder. Up next, Mr. Eric Traeger making his platform return after many, many years. If I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 years since Mr. Eric Traeger has stepped on the platform. So this will be his welcome back run. 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. All right, Mr. Eric Traeger looking to make his first platform squat in a long while. The return of the Jedi, Mr. Eric Traeger, 192.5 kilos. The force is strong with this one. Eric Traeger, no stranger to the platform, a coach as well. He's got his fair share of lifters on the platform as well today. Very easy opener there for Eric. Coming up next, Mr. Foster White, 215 kilos, so 473 pounds. We're just cruising right along. So Flight C is going to be our biggest flight of the day with, looks like 11 lifters, excuse me. 10 lifters. I was right. So here's Mr. Foster White, 215 kilos. Bar is loaded. Quick shout out to our boy on the floating camera, Mr. Brandon Jones, doing great work getting these angles. Look at that angle. Look at that. That's just, oh, that's crisp, clean. Shout out Brandon and shout out Marshall Powell, Palmetto State Barbell Productions. Foster White, 473 pounds. Looked like an average RPE 6 day. Let's check that back. Perfect depth, perfect speed. Beautiful. Come right behind is Mr. Cameron Kruger, 479 pounds. So going up 2.5 kilos. All right, here's Cameron Kruger. Smooth hair, mustache on fleek, Mr. Cameron. 479 pounds for the men's raw open, 93 kilo weight class. That is 205 pounds, if I'm not mistaken, body weight. Here's Cameron, another high bar squatter here. Rocking all SBD all the way. New momentum singlet. 3 wide lights. Bars loaded up next for Mr. Devin Gordon. Mr. Devin, PhD, a man of Kappa Alpha Psi, as well as a doctor, if you couldn't tell, by the IG handle devin.phd. Looks like he's handled there by Mr. Cody Yeager of Alpha Strength. Well-known team here in the Carolinas for powerlifting. Mr. Devin Gordon, 485 pounds. Oh, couldn't make it go any faster, Mr. Devin. 3 white lights. Let's check that back. Stop playing with him. Talk to that man nicely. Give that man some weight. Up next, Mr. Jalen Allenby. One of 2 Allenby brothers for today's Upstate Classic. Jalen Allenby is going to take 230 kilos for his opener, 507 pounds. Jalen in the open 93 kilo weight class. His brother Justin in the 140 kilo weight class, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's Will Squats in the corner, representative and coach of Flex Training Systems. Shaky walk out there, but good save by Miss Val. Here's Mr. Allenby. Easy peasy for the flex product. 3 white lights. Up next is Mr. Jackson Norton, 265 kilos, 584 pounds. Folks, we're getting to some heavy, heavy weight. There's Jackson Norton waiting behind the curtains for his time to show the world his strength. His opening attempt here, Jackson Norton, 265 kilos, 584 pounds for an opening attempt for the men's 120-plus kilo weight class. I'm going to be one of those folks that says, I used to squat this weight. This was my second attempt. Oh, my God. And he made it look like a first warm-up. Jackson, come on, save that for the warm-up room. Show us your real strength. Let's watch this back. So fast I couldn't even finish my statement. Faster than Han got plated in that metal rock coffin thing in Empire Strikes Back. I gotta try harder. Justin Allenby. Again, brother of Jalen Allenby, the Twin Towers. Even though they're not twins. $275 kilos, 606-pound opener for Mr. Allenby, Big Justin. Coached by Eric Traeger in the same flight. Imagine handling your own lifter in the same flight. Could not be me, Justin Allenby. Beautiful work. 3 white lights. All right, bars loaded up next for Mr. Daryl Webster, Spiderweb on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken. Also going to be taking 606 pounds, but he is going to be a guest lifter, unfortunately. Weighed in just a little bit overweight at 93.35, but that's okay. And if I'm not mistaken, we've got Mr. Tyrus Watts on the floating camera. Mr. Brandon's actually doing photography. I got that wrong, but here's Mr. Daryl Webster. Steady walkout for Daryl Webster. Let's see what he's got here. 606 pounds. Looked very smooth, and it's going to be a good lift. Now, because Daryl is a guest lifter, unfortunately, he will not be able to go for any placings or medals or anything like that. But I do believe he is still able to attempt records and add points or add pounds to his overall total. Here's Matthew Arnold coming up again. A big 2.5 kilo jump for his second attempt here. Call Matt Arnold the Empire, the way he's striking back at 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds even. Maybe. It is very possible that Matt was only here to take that opening attempt and is going to be timing out his next two. That is very possible, seeing as he was only here just to establish a total. Don't want to do more work than you have to. I understand, Matt. I'd do the same thing. Give our spotters and loaders a quick water break. Yep, and there Matt will time out that second attempt. Coming up next, Mr. Chris Lewis. Mr. Christopher Lewis going from 75 to 125, so it looks like we're actually going to put on some weight here. Chris Lewis, 275 pounds. Again, probably couldn't be a more difficult squat there for Christopher Lewis, 3 white lights. Coming up next is Mr. Eric Traeger. Coaching, if I'm not mistaken, I think upwards of like 5 or 6 lifters here at this meet, and a competitor himself. Justin Allenby later on in the flight, one of his lifters. Here's 207.5 kilos, 457 pounds. Called man AAA the way he's locked in. Eric Traeger, 457.5 kilos. Sorry, 457.5 pounds. Y'all, it's still early. Still got to get warmed up. Very clean. That's going to be a good lift. 3 white lights. Good to see all of our lifters not missing many of our attempts based on technicality, which means all of our lifters are lifting to the standard, which is what you want to have, especially going into a local meet where you want to solidify a total, especially if you're going for any sort of nationals or worlds track. But it is something you don't often see at local level meets. Most lifters, you find folks miss on depth. You find folks have kind of not the best attempt selections, so they'll miss their attempts a little bit earlier. But it looks like all of our folks here have been here before. They know what the platform looks like. They know how to run a meet. They know how to call their attempts. And so we're seeing some great lifting on the platform today for the 2024 Upstate Classic. Here's Foster White. 3 white lights. I believe these folks are maybe playing their attempts a little bit too well. A little bit too fast. Actually, no such thing as too fast, but that was fast for a second attempt there. But Cameron Kruger comes away with a good lift and saves plenty of energy going into his 3rd attempts. Here's Cameron Kruger. Sorry, Foster White. Now here's Cameron Kruger. All right, here's Mr. Cameron Kruger, 230 kilos, 507 pounds, with the best mustache of the meet. Very deep squat there. It's a lot easier to hit depth from a high bar squat, but you are going to find that hole. You're going to find that sticking point a little bit faster. That was a good lift. So far, all of our lifters in this flight, with the exception of Matt timing out that first, but so far, all of our lifters in this flight have made their attempts. Here's Mr. Devin Gordon, going to go 518 pounds. Oh, give that man a little bit more weight on the bar, Cody. That was way too easy. 3 white lights from Mr. Devin Gordon. Let's check that one back. Devin, also no stranger to the platform here. He's been competing for a long, long time, almost as long as I've been in powerlifting, which is quite a while. Almost eight coming on 9 years. Mr. Jalen Allenby's up next. 551 pounds for the Flex Training Systems product. Coach William Squats in the corner there. Oh, yeah, Jalen. Beautiful work. That's going to be a good lift. All right, we're coming up to the heavy weights now, folks. We've got Mr. Jackson Norton, 606 pounds for a second attempt squat, which only means our next two lifters are going above and beyond that 600-pound mark. Jackson Norton, 275 kilos. He's coming upon my all-time PR squat on his second attempt. Jackson Norton, an absolute monster under the bar. Good God. Moved so fast the bar was bouncing on his chest. 3 white lights. Someone get that man a little bit more weight on the bar. Bar's getting loaded up next from Mr. Darrell Webster. Going up to 639 pounds. So a 15-kilo increase from his first and second attempt. About 33 pounds, folks. 33 pounds from first to second. Which is a little bit of a give and take that you find with our heavier weight lifters or lifters that squat a lot. 2.5 to 5 to 7.5, maybe even 10 kilos may not feel as much of, may not feel that different between the first and the second attempt. And so within that regard, you don't want to, waste strength or anything like that. And so you want to take a little bit of a bigger jump because then you can really get as much weight on the total as you can without feeling like you left any on the platform. Here's Darrell Webster. Stable walk out there from Mr. Webster. An exercise science professor and coach himself. Not able to find his way out of the hole there. I think he might have misgrooved it just a little bit at the bottom, but that's okay. He'll come away with 275, so that's 606 still on the bar. He will probably elect to retake that 290. We'll see what he's got. I wonder if it was just a small technique misgroove that we'll be able to come back from. And coming to the end of the order now, Mr. Justin Allenby is up to bat, 644.85 pounds. Bar is loaded now for Justin. And the bar is already bending. And, folks, if the bar ain't bending, you're just pretending. We see fellow competitor and coach Eric Traeger in the corner watching on for his lifter. This is a 17.5 kilo jump, so very, very sizable for Justin. Sizable for anybody in general. I believe this might be child's play for Justin, actually. Let's see what he's got. Call that man Vader the way he's the father of the weight. Oh, my God. 3 white lights. Couldn't have moved any faster. Golly. Even his coach on the side there says, good golly, Miss Molly. We got some work to do. Coming up next, Mr. Matt Arnold. If I'm not mistaken, he did time out that second attempt, so he probably will be timing out this third attempt here. Which is good because that gives our spotters and loaders kind of a minute to recuperate, gives our lifters their full opportunity of rest as if Matt were actually lifting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, like I said, this is one of the first open-level powerlifting meets for Powerlifting America here in the Carolinas. Really starting to cement themselves as a standing federation in the South. Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. PSB has already hosted one qualifier meet for Powerlifting America. Very small, very intimate meet, just to kind of test the waters, see what the Powerlifting America environment would look like here in the Carolinas, and that has since grown to SBD Raleigh, which will be coming up here this summer, which is an invitation-only event with some big names just announced: Heather Connor, Delaney Wallace, Jamar Royster, as well as others. And like we said, folks, Matt Arnold did time out that third attempt as well. So we're coming up next to Mr. Chris Lewis, going up 2.5 kilos to 281 pounds. I imagine this is going to be just as much of a struggle as his first and second attempts were. If he even comes out, I don't believe he is going to come out for his third attempt, but we'll see what happens. All right, coming down to the final seconds for Mr. Chris Lewis. He is not going to take that third attempt, so bar is going to get switched up and loaded to 220 kilos for Mr. Eric Traeger, 463 pounds. All right, here comes Mr. Traeger himself. Sizing up 400. This is 485 pounds, not 463. I'm so sorry, Eric, for disrespecting your game, good sir. 192 to 207 to 220. Easy 12.5 kilo or 15 kilo jump, then 12.5 kilo jump. Let's see what Eric's got here. Always very calm, cool, and collected under the bar. Very intentional with his movements. Finds a sticking point. Reaction on the face says all. He said, whew, goodness. Glad we finished that through. Very awesome way to grind through that sticking point. You can tell he's been there before. 3 white lights. That's going to be a good lift. Coming up next, Mr. Foster White. We're coming close to halfway through our last flight of squatters before we take a 10-minute break while we get it set up for the bench press. Bar's loaded now here for Mr. Foster. .529 moved as smooth as butter. 3 white lights. Looked like he almost paused it at the bottom as well. Just to solidify to the judges, yes, I have this depth. What are you going to say about it? Cameron Kruger up next. 245 kilos. 540 pounds. All right, bar is loaded and ready to go. Time to see a nightmare in Palmetto State Barbell Street for Cameron Kruger. Dang it, I thought I was going to do something cool. Did not work. Here's Cameron Kruger. Oh, my goodness. Cameron Kruger. Plenty there left in the tank for bench and deadlift. Coming up next, Mr. Devin Gordon. He's also going to be taking 540 pounds. Back-to-back, like the Empire. He's going to strike. Here's Devin Gordon, the hometown hero. Lifts here in Upstate, South Carolina. Oh, good grab there by the spotters and loaders. Oh, he hurt something. Oh, goodness. That's going to be a no lift, unfortunately. We do hope Devin is okay there. It's always unfortunate to see that happen on the platform, but we do have plenty of spotters there, and we have tons of volunteers that are going to help him out, make sure he comes away safe for the rest of the meet. We're going to give a second for our spotters and loaders to get the bar adjusted again, get it back up on the squat rack there. All right, bars loaded next, Mr. Jalen Allenby. Allenby brother 1. Trying to think, are there any brothers in Star Wars? Am I just tripping? I can't think of any brothers in Star Wars. Huh. Well, here we go, Mr. Jalen Allenby. Let's send this squat to a galaxy far, far away. 265 kilos, 584 pounds. Finding the force. Visualize the bar. Jalen Allenby. Oh, good grab there by the spotters and loaders. And what a fight that was for Jalen. Oh, my goodness. Let's watch that back, folks. He was not going to let that squat go. He had us in the first half. It looks like he just got shifted back on his heels just a little bit too much. But that's okay. Good grab there by the spotters and loaders. And we're going to get loaded up for our last 3 squats of the day. Mr. Jackson Norton is going to take 285 kilos, 628 pounds. All right, bar is loaded now for Mr. Jackson Norton. Going to order 66 this bar, 628 pounds. Oh, my goodness gracious. Now, I wonder if he didn't jump that rat command. Oh, 2-1. Oh, no, 2-1, no lift. He jumped the rat command. Oh, we got a little bit too excited there. Oh, gosh, you hate to see that, unfortunately. Oh, so, I mean, hey, I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to count that as a gym PR, have that as the new number to train off of. But you got to listen to those command, folks. You got to maintain composure all the way through. Coming up on our last 2 squatters, Mr. Darrell Webster, 639 pounds. All right, here comes Darrell Webster, going to retake 290 kilos. Let's see if he can squat this faster than the Millennium Falcon made it through the Kessel Run. 639 pounds. We missed it on the second, but can he come back for the third? Was he able to dig deep? Was he able to find the force to get this 639-pound squat out of the bottom? Come on, can he find his way? Big, strong out of the hole. Ah, it's not going to work. It's going to be a no lift and a good grab there by the spotters and loaders. And, folks, this is it. This is our last squatter and officially our heaviest squat of the entire day. 307.5 kilos for Mr. Justin Allenby. 678 pounds, folks. 678 pounds. If you're doing normal plate math, this is just over a 7-plate date. Episode 7, The Force Awakens within Justin Allenby. Will we see the rise of the young Skywalker? 677 pounds. Wow. Goodness gracious. He was able to stand that one up. Crazy. 3 white lights. Talk to the man nicely. Let's see the replay, folks. Oh, smooth as ever. Coach happy in the corner there. Excellent job from Mr. Justin. Justin Allenby. And, folks, that's going to wrap up our coverage of the squat. We are going to take a 10-minute break while we get set up for the bench press. Do not go anywhere. You've got about a 10-minute break. Go ahead and grab you some lunch, maybe a turkey sandwich on white, maybe some Doritos. Get you a little juice pouch, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Ladies and germs, welcome back for the bench press for the 2024 Powerlifting America Upstate Classic here in beautiful Greer, South Carolina. It is Nick Stevens on the track, a.k.a. Mr. Gainendorf, and I am now joined by the one and the only
Luke Ainsworth. How y'all doing?
What is going on?
And now in the booth, having a great time. It's a good lift or a good meet so far.
Yeah, how's it out on the platform? You say you were spotting loading.
I know it looks like I was dying out there. It is a little hot, but a lot of them are doing really good. We're getting waters and Gatorades and whatnot.
It's a lot cooler in here.
Oh, so much cooler. I didn't want to come in earlier before the meet because I was like, man, I'm trying to stay warm.
Don't want to spoil yourself.
I was like, I got to stay warm.
Yep.
Because I'm worried about these 700-pound weights. I want to make sure these guys are safe. And I got to make sure I'm stretched and ready to go.
That's
but
right.
Now I'm like, all right, this is heaven.
Well, now you get to chill out. Now we get to relax. We get to watch some bench press, folks.
Yes.
Second, because we've already had one lifter. This is Deja Wilson, 37.5 kilos,
Good
3
lift
wide
from
lights.
her.
Excuse me. I'm trying not to burp before I keep talking.
We were scarfing down our food between the break.
All right. So, much like with the squat, the bench press also has its own set of commands. They are going to be 3 in number, so the most of the 3 disciplines. So the first command is going to be the start command. So once the lifter, within their allotted 1 minute, unracks the bar, shows that their feet are in contact with the floor and their butt and shoulders are in contact with the bench, elbows are locked, they will get that start command as Tommy does for 88 pounds.
Let me hear the press.
And then exactly right. Once we get into the press, once that bar is completely motionless on the chest, you'll hear the referee say press. Once you fully lock out that weight, elbows locked, everything still in contact with the bench and the floor, you will then get a rack command.
Yeah, so far good lifts from all of our lifters. Just everybody's getting on the board, setting up, making sure that they're all good to go, and you're getting some totals on there.
Up next, Miss Taylor Walters, 132 pounds, and she is a product of Palmetto State Barbell as well.
Yes, sir. Been doing good so far on this meet.
Absolutely. She's 3 for 3 on squat. Got 115 kilos. So that's close to 245? 253, something like that.
Now, I'm not sure, because I'm jumping in a little late, if we've talked about elbow depth with Powerlifting America.
No, we have not. Go ahead and talk about it.
So I believe the rule is that the bottom of the elbow has to be past the top of the shoulder. They basically have to be, elbows are level with your shoulders. That is a rule in Powerlifting America, not like other federations. It eliminates a lot of arching for a lot of our lifters.
Right.
So it is taking away a little bit of a technique from them.
Just a little bit. And so, like you said, that does play into kind of how they train for meets like this. Maybe if they've gone untrained or not uncompetitive and, maybe they've had a little bit of a higher arch, that's going to be something to adapt to within your training in order to meet that on the platform. And we see Miss Sarah Ulrich going to put that on display here, 198 pounds. Like the Empire, the way she strikes back here at this first attempt.
So see, some of our lifters do maintain a decent arch still while maintaining that elbow depth.
And that's going to be a good lift for Sarah. Definitely elbow depth.
Oh, yeah.
Which is an interesting thing we have to say, especially with the bench press. That's a very newly instituted rule within the past couple years. But it does ensure that the weight itself is being lifted rather than manipulated around a certain technique.
And I do think it does make it a little bit more palatable to people outside of our sport. It can be a bit odd to see somebody move a bar 2 inches, 3 inches, and then put it back up, and they go, where was the lift?
Right.
Now, I think you're still moving it, but it does help with that outside appeal, I think.
Exactly. Bringing more people into the sport, making it more accessible, I guess you could say. Coming up next, Mr. Corey Royal, 152.5 kilos, so a 336 for his opening attempt. And, folks, we are already towards the end of first attempts. for our first flight of bench press.
I tell you, one thing that was catching us out there, especially on Flight 8, were the massive jumps. We would look over and suddenly, no, I don't need a blue, I need 2 reds.
Yep.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
Yep, and I think, too, going from, Matt Arnold in that third flight, and then going all the way up to Justin Allenby towards the end there with 677. I mean, I can't imagine the work y'all were putting in out there.
I mean, the biggest part of it was communication and making sure that everybody knew where everyone was going to be, making sure it's a question of feet almost when there's that many people on the platform.
Right.
Making sure everyone's good and planted. Corey getting set.
Corey rocking the all SBD fit, one of our presenting sponsors for the Upstate Classic.
I want to thank them for helping put on this event.
Ooh, I like this angle for the bench press. We might keep this one.
Control.
We might
keep our
keep
floating
this
cam.
Shout out Tyrus and the floating cam, T.I. Watts.
Yeah. So 2 whites is a good lift.
That's right, folks. Like we said, with the squat, we have 3 judges, and you only need majority rules, so 2 whites is all you need. And then, Luke, can you tell us a little bit about, what are some of the things that the judges may call a lifter for the bench press?
Sure. So just like squat, jumping any calls may be something that we get called on. So re-racking it is usually where we're going to see a technical failure like that. We saw that with squats that somebody had a monster squat. I think it was like 670 pounds. Just went up, went down, incredible speed, and put it back on the rack before they called for it. That is something that usually happens here. Another thing is dipping the bar up and down is what they call. So actually we'll pivot to sinking, which I don't think that was, and the judges agree, but if that hits the chest and then lowers even further, that is called sinking. And you can see it just kind of lands there, but if it had stopped and then continued, and then he pressed up as if he's using it as a launch pad, that would be an illegal lift.
Yep. So once you get that press command, the bar cannot descend any further into the belly. You've got to press it up. Other federations may call it a heave. Some call it a sink. Some call it a bounce. Whatever the term is, as long as that bar doesn't descend deeper into the chest. And you find that a lot more often with kind of heavier weight lifters or lifters with a kind of a closer grip because they're utilizing a lot more of that stretch reflex at the bottom and a lot more of the tricep strength and that elastic kind of explosive press, you could call it.
Absolutely. So we got Deja coming up now with the 40-kilo bench. Great demonstration of the elbow death that we saw there.
I was going to say, you might want to make it a little bit tougher on the bench there, Deja. I think you're supposed to save your last warm-ups for the warm-up room. But that's perfectly okay.
Yeah, you've got plenty to give. I'd want just a little bit more of a grind on that second attempt. Just help me figure out where I am.
We were talking about that earlier. When you're talking about attempt selection, you want to, like I said, generally your openers are something that you can probably hit for a triple on a bad day. For the second attempt, you want to maybe something that you can hit for a double on a good day. Something that's a little bit tougher, but it'll give you a little bit more of an accurate depiction of where you're at in terms of your strength on the day.
Another kind of second attempt that doesn't appear to be really pushing our lifters.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, she got a lot more gas to give.
Up next, Tommy Norton. 7.5 kilos up, so 104 pounds. Representing the women's Raw Master 84-kilo weight class. So she is between the ages of 50 and 59. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Masters 1 is 40, Masters 2 is 50, 3 is 60. Yeah.
I believe.
I could be very wrong.
I'm thinking, I believe it was Tommy who told me this was her first meet.
Oh, this is her first meet.
I think this was her. I did the rack heights and whatnot, and so I saw a lot of people, but I believe it was Tommy who told me, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing, where to go, and so we were kind of guiding her through how to get all this set up.
Yeah.
And so I think it was her. I'm nearly positive. It was somebody in the Masters women's division, absolutely. And I don't think we have anybody else.
And that goes to
Could be
show,
wrong.
folks, the Upstate Classic, like we said, this is the first open powerlifting meet in the Carolinas for Powerlifting America. And so a lot of lifters are coming in today, probably never even having lifted before, looking to get their first ever total, get their first ever meet experience.
Somebody who has had a bit of experience is Miss Taylor Walters. Great descent control.
That's going to be a good lift, no question about it. 3 wide lights.
And that was a better pace that we like to see on second attempts. You know, maybe you could have gone up another 1.5 kilos, 2 kilos. But with bench, especially for smaller lifters, you're not going to see major jumps, even at the top end. You're going to see, 5 kilo jumps, not by much. There's just a lot less top end.
And I mean, that's even better, even more emphasized when you get into the third attempts, because you see folks that, maybe they got a little bit too overzealous on their seconds, so they have to retake their thirds. Maybe they only go for a 2.5 kilo jump for their third. And so, it really just depends on where that lifter is at on the day and where that strength is. Now, we see Sarah letting our head spotter, Val, know exactly how she wants her liftoff. And liftoffs are lifter preference and lifter choice. And it's always important, especially when you're lifting, to let that head spotter know exactly how you want that lift off each and every time you go up to the plate, only because they see a whole other flight of lifters. They might not remember you.
Now that's a grind. That's a little worrisome on second attempt. But maybe she just needs to get set right on the third attempt.
I wonder, it looked like she had a little bit of trouble getting set there. Sarah Ulrich found her way off the chest. It looked like her shoulders slid as well.
Gotcha. Her feet did not. That's what I was watching for.
She looked good. She's able to come back for that third.
Yeah, I think she'll have that. If she's not too gassed on that from missing it. That takes a lot out of you.
Exactly. It does, especially with the lats, and you'll find that more when you get to deadlift as well.
Yeah, that is the other thing is that, a lot of people think, especially outside the sport, think it's just chest, arms, and whatnot. Their whole body is involved in bench.
I was telling, who was I talking to the other day? I was saying every lift is technically a back lift when you think about it. Which is not wrong.
No, it's not.
Because the squat bar is on your back is holding your arch for bench. You obviously use your back for deadlifts. That's the common conception. So really, big backs make big lifts.
Absolutely.
Very easy second attempt there for Bharat Yadav. No stranger to the platform either. This is one of his second or third meets, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I've not run into him yet, but I have seen his name.
He was at Raw Nationals this past year.
That's what it was.
Yep,
Gotcha,
he competed.
Gotcha. Could not figure out where I could place it. We got Brian Cochran now. This is a guy that I was enjoying coming up and doing squats with. He just really just getting set in and having a good time and moving some pretty impressive weight as well.
I'll say this is 363. This is a pretty decently heavy weight for most lifters, especially in the Masters class.
I'll be curious to see if he jumped that start command. No, he did not. They just gave it to him quick. No, he just got set, and they were happy.
And sometimes that's all it takes, folks. If you're able to show the judges that you're set, you're done, and you're ready to press, you're going to get those commands a lot faster.
Yep.
Same thing with touching the chest. You see that the differences between soft touch benchers and sinking benchers. You're going to get a faster press command from the soft touch benchers only because they're able to show definitively where that pause is.
Yep.
With sink, it's a little bit harder because they're
Are you done
sinking. Moving? Right. And so you're going to find that a little bit different with each of our benchers. Here's Corey Royal.
And so he's getting a much longer press command. Can he lock it out?
That was a good lift. I wonder if that was locked out. 2-1, so that's going to be a no lift from the head judge. So you might have seen what we saw there. Yeah. But we're also seeing kind of angled down a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So. We do not have the perfect vantage point. It's the refs who do, and the cameras are all around them. You'll see the hands dropping in front of them. We are back to the top. Deja Wilson.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. It's a short flight.
We are cruising, folks. Cruising.
So this is where subtotals start really getting factored in.
What's a subtotal?
So subtotal is when you've got squat and bench all set down and locked in. Now the competition really starts. Everything has been a bit of a chess move. Everything until the last 10 moves is just prep. And so they are just moving and trying to get their pieces in the right spot, trying to lift as much as they can without getting gassed. Now everybody knows what they have to lift. We're really getting can Sarah Ulrich chase down Taylor Waters maybe. It's all a math game now. And this has put them, if you bench higher than your opponent, you may be able to set yourself up if you have a monster deadlift.
Exactly.
If you've got a monster squat, you can take a lead and force your opponent to kind of push harder and heavier to gas their deadlift. Because like he said, every squat is a back, every lift is a back lift.
Yep.
So if you can gas your opponent by pushing them harder, you may be able to win in the long run.
And we'll talk about this a little bit more once we get to deadlifts, but these are going to play into, these subtotals are going to play into placing a lot, and they're going to kind of tell the story of the meet, right? They're going to kind of give us an inclination as to where the placings could be with each of our lifters in their respective weight classes. And so as we see these third attempt benches roll in, we're going to try and set that story up, try to create the narrative for what we can see for deadlifts.
We're going to be chasing to see who's ranking up against who and who's got a decent shot. And right now, Tommy Norton taking a very good called attempt selection at 50 kilos.
And that's going to be a no lift. She missed that rack command.
Let's
watch
the rack
it back
command?
here.
Oh, my
So she
Lord.
pressed it.
Got it. And
yep, and went right back into the rack.
And that's what I was talking about. We saw that on the squat with one of our heavier lifters towards the end of the third or second flight. I don't recall, where it was a monster lift, and he got it up so fast and got excited, put it down, and started screaming in celebration, got off the stage, was gone, and then we saw it was a no lift.
Right.
A heartbreaking moment to find that out in the warm-up room. But that is something that, that makes us a discipline.
Exactly. It takes rules. And there's rules of performance constraints that all of our lifters have to lift by.
These are huge jumps for Sarah.
30, 45, and 60. Wow.
That is crazy.
15-kilo jumps. You don't find that often with bench press, let alone a bench press for a lady, which is pretty insane. Hey, all the respect. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, it was. I think if she increases the first and second attempt, she may have a 60.
Oh, easily.
Because that was a very, very – but if you feel that out a little bit more and can figure out where those pinch points are of where their failure is, you can nail that down and be cognizant of all of that. Somebody who is cognizant is Taylor Walters, setting up for a 2.5-kilo jump. And for a lady of her size, this is very common, this kind of jump. And I think this is going to be – maybe she can go for more. We'll see if she leaves anything on the table. Nice and controlled. She had more to give. She may be saving it for deadlift.
I say there was plenty left in the tank there for Taylor, which is always, always something you want going into the deadlifts. You don't
want to gas yourself.
Exactly. You don't want to necessarily give everything you have going into the bench press, especially when you have deadlifts coming up, because that is going to be the more taxing of the three.
And I think the better your form, the better utilized it is, the more pushing yourself on bench does gas you, because you actually are using your legs, using your back, using all of your body to get this drive. So you see Sarah Ulrich making sure she's going to get this third attempt and communicating with the head spotter and loader.
This is 95 kilos, so 209 pounds.
So you see she's got her foot on the pedestal. That is perfectly fine. She is not allowed in Powerlifting America to put it on the seat, though. Let's see if she gets it. No, she doesn't
able to find her way off the chest.
Not today.
She's going to have to go back there and workshop with Coach Traeger.
There you are.
Up next is Bharat Yadav, taking 248 kilos, or 248 pounds, excuse me.
Oh, my God.
102 pounds. Oh, 225. Gosh, I don't know my math. It's okay, folks.
Neither do I. It's fine.
I majored in exercise, not math. Here we go.
We got him waiting in the wings. Looks like he's taking a hit of smelling salts almost. That ammonia. Yeah, he's locked in. He's ready to go. Doesn't even hesitate. Jumps in. Let's hope he doesn't jump in
no
commands.
lift off either.
Nope.
And now he did jump the
Huge
command
arch.
on that opener squat. So we'll see if he's able to be attentive, and I'm sure he will be. It's Barat
This is a
Yadav.
lot on him.
Took a while to get that start command.
I think he got it and waited for his moment. I like it.
2-1. That's going to be a no lift. Let's see what happened there.
Was it elbows?
It would have had to have been.
I
Because he
can't
locked
see
it out.
anything. It's got to be elbows.
It would have had to have been elbows at the start. Darn, you hate to see that. You really
Yeah,
do.
because that was almost perfect. And he had enough to go down that little bit more. Just one of those things to work with his coach.
Coming up next, Corey Royal, 369 pounds.
So, yeah, we see a much smaller jump on this third attempt and a 12.5 kilo jump on bench, even for a man of his size. You know, that may be an appropriate jump for some, but you may realize, oh, today I don't got it. You know, it's raining outside, all the high pressure.
I say my bones
knees
are
off.
creaking. I mean, I'm the exact same way. My knee is creaky right now.
Yeah, it's raining, downpouring out there. We got tarps out there to help them with the powdering. So I do like a 2.5 kilo jump. Maybe he could have given more. Maybe he's just trying to lock down something a little bit. There may be a chess game going on that we're unaware of. A monster squat sure does help.
Oh, wow. Corey Royal.
I think
wonder
that
if
was a
that
good attempt
was-
selection.
2-1. Okay, so that head judge is seeing what we were seeing.
We're
The
seeing
elbow's just a
soft
little
elbows.
bit soft.
Yeah, well, even in that start, I wasn't sure if he was fully set. So we've got one of the spotters just toweling off. It is hot out there, let me tell you. I've got a new shirt on.
And it's not just hot, it's muggy.
It is very, very muggy, and that's what gets me.
Wait,
So-
you're already on 2 shirts? I didn't even
guess
get my first one yet. How are they? Are they nice?
They're
Ooh.
so nice.
Anything on
Top
the
tier.
back?
I have no idea what's on the
Oh,
back.
nothing on the back. Huh.
No, I didn't think so.
Here's Brian Cochran. Into third attempts, folks. This is 374 pounds. If you're in a normal gym but you got kilos, that's 3 reds, no collar. Wow.
I was not sure. I was not, because he
I-
went down so fast. I wasn't sure if he had control.
Oh, he had control all right, because that dumped it. He said, nope, not moving. But the press off the chest, definitive
Amazing.
as ever.
And you'll see, like, so our last lifter, he, was using flat shoes. I am a person who you use squat shoes during a bench, but you will see different competitors using different footwear just to help get that little bit of a leg drive. He's one who's clearly comfortable on that flat shoe. That was a really impressive press. We are on to Flight B. Luis Hernandez, 87.5 kilos. Is a 74-kilo lifter. All right, and he has gotten the call. Getting nice and set. Again, not allowed to put your feet on the bench itself. Really well controlled.
That's as soft touch can get, folks. Let's check that
Yeah.
replay again.
Real pretty opener.
And that shows not only mastery, but it shows, experience and finesse. Being able to show that definitively, that soft touch, in order to get a faster press command is talent and experience.
Yeah, and as a junior, that's really impressive. Must have some good coaching. I'm not sure who his coach is, but absolutely putting the definition of discipline in this sport.
Here's Aiden Mendoza, 242 pounds, 242 and a half, actually.
And I believe he jumped a squat command early on.
Yes, his hands moved. Oh, no, wait, was that him?
I thought it was. It may have been depth.
There was a couple missed squats there.
Yeah.
Not many on depth, actually. I think there
No.
was like 1 or 2,
Yeah.
but a lot of them were on just like small technical things.
Yeah. Usually you do see a jump commands in like a rookie event or a beginner-focused one, but you do see them just all over the place. They are usually on that first squat attempt if they're going to be happening. For whatever reason, everyone's got the jitters. Today does not appear to be one of those days. Just a couple here and there, and then most of our failed lifts are actually scratches, I think. Just people going, no,
I was
going to
say there's been more scratches than actual missed lifts, I've noticed.
Yeah, if you join us at liftingcast.com and find our meet, you'll be able to follow along. You got to get that second monitor, people. And
we've got 3.
Yeah,
might as well have 4.
I would love a 4th, honestly. More information, the better. We got Seth Hughes coming with a 115 kilo lift. Again, a 74 kilo lifter. Beautiful descent. Really controlled. A little shaky. That missed maybe who he is as a lifter. I know our resident Marshall Powell is the shakiest lifter when he's got the easiest
Oh,
weight.
he's a wobbly.
That's just how you are.
Up next is Nolan Burnett, product of Legacy Strength, and a fellow lifter here at Palmetto State Barbell.
Really been fun to watch his growth and progression through the years. And again, this is another lifter who's got a really high arch, who has maintained, hopefully, that depth control.
2-1, yep, from that front judge. And the front judge is going to have the best vantage point on
Absolutely.
that quote-unquote elbow depth here.
And I could see where she's coming from.
Yep.
If she's calling elbow.
Coming up next, Hunter Burdett. That's Burdett with a D, not an N, so no relation to Mr. Nolan. 127.5, 281 pounds.
So talking about a handoff, making sure everybody's got their preference. A lot of our support staff, his entire job is for the safety or performance of a lifter, is making sure, from rack heights to lift-offs is all about making sure they've got the best meet possible. And all done so seamlessly here is one of my favorite places to do a powerlifting meet. With Hunter Burnett, 127.5, flies down, flies up. Great control. 3 white lights. No question. As we move on to John West, throw another 10 kilos on there.
297 pounds for the junior 93 kilo weight class.
Jeez.
And now the juniors are 20 to 23, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Everyone after the age, or I think it's like 24 today. No.
No, it's
24. It's 23 until the day before you turn 24, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it?
I believe for PA, is it the year you turn 24?
Is it the year? I could be wrong.
I believe it's the year that we turn 24. So we got John West with 135 kilos. All right. Great communication, making sure they're real comfortable, taking their time. 15 seconds left. I believe he he jumped a squat from getting out to the platform late and hurrying it.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights. And look, go ahead.
I think it was Aiden Mendoza who missed the first squat.
There we go. Yep, we saw that missed opener. Mm-hmm.
He got out there very late, had about 15 seconds left, and he did very well, but then jumped the rack command.
Right.
He had perfect time. Pushed it about as far as he could, but had a good 7 seconds left. And you'll see some of our more experienced lifters just milk it.
Oh, yeah.
Just sit there.
Because you've got a whole
saunter.
minute. Use your time. Jalen Brown, 319 pounds for an opening attempt, an easy 3-plate date. We've got Andre Easter, the dark horse of powerlifting, handling him.
Yeah. And you see a guy like this, half his time's already gone, but he's got another half to go. He's got plenty of time. Easy opener.
Golly. That's going to
Got
be
a
an
lot
easy
to
lift
give.
there. And like Luke was saying, folks, if you guys want to follow along for the live meet updates for the attempts for good lifts, bad lifts, and the reasons why, go ahead and check out liftingcast.com. And all you got to do is scroll down until you see PA Upstate Classic with a little palm tree.
There you
That's how you know that that's our meet. You can go ahead and tune into all the action.
Well, and especially once we get to the third flight, you really, really want to have that pulled up and understand what you're looking at, because that's when the chess game really starts. You'll start seeing projected first, projected seconds, projected totals, and you'll be able to see all the behind the scenes. Why is this take? Ooh, what was that?
So he didn't get the start command. He might be good. A little bit of a bobble on the elbows, but that bobble was before the start command was given.
We'll see what the judges say.
2 to 1.
That's all we need. That's all we need.
Hold on, let's see. Okay, we just missed that. It was a beautiful bench. He did that little bit of a bend in the elbows there, but he was able to reset just in time for that head referee to give him the start command. Very close call.
By an inch or a mile, a win's a win. We take those.
That's
But yeah,
right. We take those.
You're going to be able to start seeing this calculus is going to be happening. When you see a lifter and suddenly another lifter's jumped in front of another, it's because the weight changed. You'll be able to start seeing this and really be behind the scenes, behind the curtain. It's a lovely, lovely feature of our sport. So we got Luis Hernandez. He's been told to step off the platform because he was adjusting his wrist wraps. So you've got to be set, ready to go before you enter the platform. That is the penalty for putting your feet on the bench, as I said earlier. They tell you to get off.
Right.
And then you can get back on. But that, choose your time. And that's a good 10 or 15 seconds to figure out what's going on. Let's see what Luis has got.
Wow.
A good second attempt.
Smooth, stable. Let's watch that back. Again, very smooth, very soft touch. Let's watch it
Really
here.
controlled. Great depth. And pushing yourself on there with Luis is not going to hurt his back as much because, as you see, he's got next to no arch.
That's right.
So it's not going to hurt him nearly as bad. And that was a big jump. 10 kilos on
10
bench.
kilos on bench is a lot, folks.
For his size, that's really, really impressive. This is a much more moderate-sized jump, especially for, lighter than 74 kilos. A 5 kilo is far more. That's still 10 pounds. That's a good jump on bench.
Yep, and the reason we say that, folks, is just the absolute weight that the lifters are lifting comparative to other lifters that are heavier is just going to be a lot higher.
Yeah.
You see benching 100 for someone that's 150 is going to be a lot more of their overall absolute weight than someone who's 300 pounds body weight benching 100
if
pounds.
I'm 130 and a guy next to me is 275 and we both add 10 kilos, that percentage is wildly different. Wildly different. Imagine you lost 10% of your body fat. It's a crazy amount of weight.
That's a lot.
But if somebody who's 400 pounds lost 10%, that's insane.
Right.
That's the same thing we're talking about here. With Seth Hughes, another 10-kilo jump. I don't recall how his bench went, but he's talking to our Val, making sure that everyone's comfortable. I tell you, I love having Val on the platform. It's such a dance party up there.
Val
Everyone's having a great
is
time.
one of the greatest people I've ever met.
So great.
She must be protected at all costs. Platform manager and general manager of Palmetto State
Yes.
Barbell. Her daughter, Sky, on track for Youth Nationals. Here's Seth Hughes. Can he find his way?
Press it. Come on. He's fighting. I don't think he's got a red yet.
That's going to be
It's going to be close.
That's going to be close. It's going to be a no lift. I called it. Yep.
It was very, very close. The up and downs is what we talked about. You'll see that right there.
Yep.
Perfect. Is up, down, up, down, up, down. Got it. That is not allowed. I believe the rule states is that, and there's a little bit of leeway given here, the bar must move in one contiguous motion. And if it stops for a little bit and keeps on going, sometimes we'll give it to you. There is a little bit of a lift or leeway. I'm not quite sure where that comes from. Maybe it was an old precedent before, but that kind of grace is given. But that very clear up, down, up, down, up, down, up is not going to fly.
Yep. And a lot of times what the referees are looking for, they're looking for the center of the bar, right? So if you're looking at a bench press, let's say Hunter, I mean, obviously you blew that up, but let's say Hunter had a little bit of a struggle there, was only able to get one arm up and then another arm. So long as the whole of the bar does not descend, the bar can go up unevenly and can even stop motion. But like we said, so long as it doesn't descend along that motion, you'll be good.
And I'm not sure what the result of it all was, but we saw a miscommunication of that happen in I think that was the first round of squats, or second round of squats with Deja Wilson, whereas actually I saw the bar drop heavily and thought it was dropping. I don't know if it was called red, if it was overturned, or what happened, but it did drop quite heavily. And it's allowed to drop on the right or left side a little bit, so long as where their hand's at not dropping.
Right.
Because it may just be, you may be watching the ends and the left side raises and the right side stays still. Not happening with Nolan. Nolan's pressing it straight forward. 15-kilo jump. And that's good. I like that because it still looks very smooth. A good second. Wow, flies.
Golly. It almost looked faster on the replay. I don't know how that happened, but it looked faster on the replay. Here's John West up next with 308 pounds.
Yeah. With a 5-kilo jump. So he's off stage getting his rap set now, giving that thumbs up.
And like we were saying, folks, for squat, the belt is the only thing you can adjust on the platform. So knee sleeves, wrist straps, headbands, shoes, headphones, mouthpiece, whatever, must be put on before your foot steps on the platform. The belt is the only thing you can adjust. Here's John West.
A little bit of a bounce on the chest. We'll see if it was within regs. It was.
Yep.
Love to see it. Great job waiting for that rack command. Good jump for a 12.5 kilo. Sorry, 7.5 kilo. Okay, that makes more sense. From Jalen Brown, the 83-kilo lifter.
And folks, if you're watching on the screen here, our left judge, Miss Natalie Richards, one of the strongest ladies in the world at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Still world champion?
I believe she is world champion.
Because Worlds is coming up soon.
World champion, gonna retain her world title.
Got to go fight for it.
But first, she's gonna come referee.
Exactly.
The Upstate Classic. Yeah. Here's Jalen Brown, 336 pounds.
336-pound bench, second attempt.
I like this angle.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Really well controlled. Great pace for a second attempt. You can see he's feeling good. He's getting hyped, you know. His coach is smiling. They're feeling good about their next moves. So now we're seeing 83-kilo lifters. 10-pound kilo jumps are starting to become more reasonable for lifters of this size. You often see, you know, the 83 and 90-kilo lifters, really the ones that are pushing a lot of the sport, a lot of really impressive leaps and bounds being made here in this class.
I want to say the 75s up to the
70.
70s. Really, between 70 and 93 kilos, those weight classes are going to be the strongest. I mean, they have the most people in them. That is kind of the top of the bell curve.
And that's where competition it breeds.
Exactly. Like you said, we're going to see some of the strongest lifters come out of these weight classes.
Gabriel Mendez. Beltless Hero Academia. Good.
Three wide lights. Oh, folks, we're at the top of the lineup now. Third attempts for the second flight.
This is where the subtotals start coming through. This is where things get really interesting. You can start diving into the stats. If you're a bit of a nerd like me, start seeing, well, how's everybody positioned? If you didn't have a chance to get a ticket, go ahead and follow all of your the local meets or Palmetto State Barbells productions. See where you can actually come in and watch in person. But if you're at home, get on LiftingCast right now, liftingcast.com. I'm looking for the Upstate Classic. And we'll be able to follow along with Luis Hernandez with a big jump, 5 kilos still. beautiful controlled lift like last time. Wow. Get it.
Now, just like what you were saying, now the bar could stop its motion, but it did not go back down. Let's see the
Yeah.
replay here.
Just a stretch of what's called a sticking point.
Right
There.
there. Yep.
We looked like we paused it. That is exactly what happened. It just gets to a certain point, got to engage other muscles and get that thing up. That last little push, that's where it becomes a mental fight. And a day like this, it is not that big of a meet, only 27 lifters today, but you start getting into deadlift, you start wearing down. You know, it's raining outside. Some of our older lifters especially, or blown out knees and really injured. We start feeling that atmospheric pressure.
It's me. I'm older lifters.
I have older lifters. I'm just broken. And so we start seeing the wear and tear of the day. It's a long day. These guys aren't just sitting around a lot of the times. You know, if you're first or third flight, you may get a chance to really sit down. If you're second flight, you may not find that rhythm to be able to sit down and go, okay, I can sit out in the lifter area.
And these are small flights, so we have very fast turnaround comparative to maybe what these lifters have seen before.
Oh, grinding it out. That left side dropping, gone.
That's a good grab there by the spotters and loaders.
That's a big jump. A 7.5 kilo on third attempt. Really.
After a
down.
5 kilo jump from first to second, that was a bold choice.
As a 74 kilo lifter, must have been feeling something, and it was pretty close, just not today.
Yeah.
Yeah, our loaders are also doing phenomenal out there. Flying, getting all the work done. Waiting for our graphics to load up. I believe we've got
There we go.
Seth Hughes. There it is. So going for that 125. I really like that. Don't try to go for more. Sometimes you'll see a lifter just know exactly what they did wrong. You know, their lat moved out of place, their shoulder slipped, their foot slipped. They're very confident, but they will lower their projected third attempt. But most lifters on this kind of fail is just going to go again.
And you find that most often lifters will go up after a missed attempt from first to second.
Yeah,
Rarely ever do you see that from second to third, because you want to be sure we add as much as we can to the total.
Yeah.
Because if we shoot for too much, then you only come away with your first attempt.
Yeah.
But if we hit it just right, we still come away with what we planned for the second, and we'll just pretend we missed the third and move on.
That's all right. Well, and again, if you know you can hit 130 this day, and you miss the 125, and you try to go for 130 and miss again, you're down to 115.
That's right.
I mean, that's a huge consequence, and that, when you get into deadlifts, you just may not have enough. And it looks like Seth may be scratching. I don't hate the move.
Yeah, but like we said, folks, when a lifter scratches or they choose not to come out for their attempt, they will let the clock run down all the way just to allow our lifters an even break throughout the flight. And not only that, but there's actually a little bit of strategy that can play into that as well. So if you're looking at the clock winding down, you say, a lifter's not coming out. Well, they have until that entire minute to get the start command. So maybe they're changing their socks, maybe they're playing to the last second for some jockeying for positions, come deadlifts. Who knows what could happen? But they could come out at the very last second.
Absolutely.
They could come out with 5 seconds left. They can come out with 1 second left. And as long as they get that start command within it, it's still a good lift. So that's why we don't cut the clock early.
Yep. And you'll see our spotters wait until that 0 runs out to be able to move on to the next one, which is Hunter Burdett.
5 kilo jump to 10 kilo jump.
Yeah, this is huge. This is wow. Moves down.
Never mind.
Holy.
Never mind.
What's that opener, Hunter? Now that was a decent second attempt. That could have been a bit of a grind on second attempt still. You could have gone for more.
That was beautiful.
Very well performed. Love the green outfit, not going to lie.
I was going to say it's bright. He's here.
You don't see it often. The Mountain Dew socks.
Those are Mountain Dew socks. That's what I thought. I was sitting back here like, are those Mountain Dew socks?
They are. Yeah.
I knew it. I see.
cracking me
Full
up.
circle moment, folks. Full circle moment.
It's a canon event. We've got John West. Again, he's off the platform now, getting his wrap set fully unwrapped right now. And you know what? He needs to calm down and breathe. He's got so much time. 45 seconds still. He does take a little bit longer for setup, though, so not too much. He gives the thumbs up. He's ready. 35 seconds. See, all that stress, only 10 seconds passed, and you got 6 sets of those. Good size jump, a 7.5 kilo jump. That's a big jump. I mean, I know he's a 73 kilo lifter, but we'll see how well he performs there. It's getting to the wee hours of the day. Let's see, look at this, 10 seconds to go.
Beautiful. Oh! See, I commentated Kirsten right at the last moment there.
And that you see, we had another lifter earlier who was a perfect example of a sticking point. He got stuck and could not get past right there. Boom. Could not get a pass there.
That sticking point is so much harder on bench press than it is for almost anything else.
Yes.
And, you know, obviously because you're using less overall muscle underneath the bar, you know, for squat, you're able to, you know, kind of grind that out a little bit better. For bench, you've really got to have that dog in you if you want to press that out.
You do. You can overcome that, but, like, at the expense of potential deadlift gains.
Right.
And so, you know, for me, my sticking point is just off my chest. If I can get it off my chest, I can get it all the way. But Nolan Burnett, whoa, this was fun. Let's see how this 10-kilo jump goes. It should just fly. Yep.
Wow.
Really nice. Could have gone for a little more, maybe 2.5. I probably wouldn't have gone for 5. Just keep it safe.
No, I would say that's a good safe call there. And Nolan's a strong deadlifter as well.
Exactly. Keep that in your bag. Keep that pistol loaded. You're good to go.
Coming up next, Mr. Jalen Brown. So far, 4 for 5 on the day. Looking to go 5 for 6 with 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds. For the men's 83-kilo weight class, so about 182 pounds body weight.
You see him absolutely jamming, ready to go. Time is running down, and he is taking it.
Folks, this is darn near 350. Tree fitty for a 181 body weight lifter.
No lift off, just takes it and goes. Locks those lats in, plummets it down, and can he keep it going?
Wow. Woo. Excellent work there. You want to talk about some strong triceps.
No kidding.
Oh, my goodness.
That's an accomplishment for him.
That was beautiful.
I'm not sure what his total or his max was before. Wow, he had a lot more of a sticking point than I thought on the replay.
Yeah, he got stuck there for a little bit.
And when it was live, I thought, maybe another 2.5 kilos. No, great call, sir.
Perfect call, done. Andre. Great job. And even better job, Jalen.
Coach is just psyched for it. Knocked over the lights.
Coming up next, Mr. Gabe Hernandez.
There we are.
Or Gabe Mendez. Excuse me, not Hernandez. Gabe Mendez, 165. Ooh. I got this. 165 kilos, 300.
So we had a
10
kilo jump, now a 7.5 kilo jump, and for an 83 kilo lifter. Better know what you're doing. Again, this is another shaky lifter. That's all right. Really soft trap.
Whoa!
Oh, gets it up.
Gabe Mendez, goodness gracious. Put some weight on the bar. Wow, that was probably one of the fastest benches and the heaviest benches we've seen today.
Really phenomenal work.
Great work there for...
So we're going to the top of the third flight bench, 75 kilo opener for Matthew Arnold.
And Matt Arnold, he got his opening squat at 75 kilos. Super difficult opening squat there for Matt, but he was not able to get his second or his third. But, you know, we're going to see if he's able to come back out for this bench press. This is 75 kilos, so this is the exact same weight that he squatted with, folks. This is going to be huge. And, Matt, if you're listening to this back, know that it's all love, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Love to see you back on the platform again. Can't wait to see you at Worlds. But here's big Matt Arnold. Hold on.
We're getting a bit of graphic problems.
Oh, because I had the replay on because I'm a silly goose.
No, we missed
Matt
it.
already got the lift because I'm a goofy goober.
Great job, Matt.
Yay, Matt.
That was phenomenal. So I do want to mention that I believe Devin Gordon is out of the meet, unfortunately.
Yes, Devin did. So Devin Gordon unfortunately had a little bit of a mishap on his third attempt squat. Looks like he did in fact injure something in his hip, so he unfortunately will scratch for the rest of the meet. So he can focus on getting better instead of trying to push it throughout the rest of the meet. Here's Eric Traeger.
Here we go, 127.5 kilos. All right, bar is loaded, asking for that handoff. Now making sure that everything is absolutely taken care of. White glove service.
Eric Traeger having a phenomenal run with squats, going all the way up to 485. We're going to take our bench to 281. I believe we're going to shoot for the threes at some point for Mr. Traeger.
Ooh.
And Eric, like we said, he's got, I think, close to 4 or 5 lifters himself at this meet.
I believe that's right. I think it's 4. I'm not 100%.
And as a powerlifting coach myself, I don't know that I could ever compete with my lifters. That'd just be way too stressful for me.
That's insane.
So all kudos to Eric for being able to do that. But opening bench went down easy.
Yeah, and I don't know what his training is like. I'm not in the know on that. So he just is he putting up totals? He's just putting up totals.
He's putting up totals, and this is his first meet back in a long time. His last time competing was probably, oh gosh, I want to say it was right at the start of COVID. So I want to say 2020 was his last. 2020 or 2021 was his last meet.
It's a long gap.
So good to see him back on the platform for the return of the Jedi. Here's Foster White, 137. Order 66,
control.
that opener.
Beautiful control over that entire lift. Real fast. Just putting in the numbers.
Up next, Mr. Jalen Allenby, 330 pounds, 150 kilo. Allenby, Jalen, one of the 2 Allenby brothers. The Twin Towers, you could call them.
Getting that lift off from Val. And again, there's 27 lifters out here. Like, they got to communicate every single time, because otherwise it will not be remembered. Love this angle. I'm not sure if the broadcast is picking it up, but he's waiting for those commands. Really well disciplined in all this. Easy openers. And this is just a place for them to figure out where they're feeling right now. These, like he said, these are weights they can do 3 times on the worst day.
And now round 2 for the Allenbys. The Allenby Empire strikes back with Justin, 347 pounds. Justin Allenby with a massive 677-pound squat earlier. So 347 for an opener is going to be easy cake. Looked like an empty bar almost. Justin Allenby, 3 wide lights. Coming right behind, Jackson Norton's going to take the same weight. 347 pounds.
Bar is loaded, and here he comes.
And now Jackson was our lifter at the end of the squats there on third attempts. He blasted through that squat, but unfortunately missed that rack command, so wasn't able to count it.
Early. Yeah, that was really brutal to see. I was absolutely hyped to see that, to turn around and see 2 reds. Now that was buried into his chest.
That is as sync can get, folks. And the difference here once he gets that press command, the bar doesn't go back down. It just stops. I don't know if the replay made it look faster, but he blew that off his chest.
It
3 white
flew.
lights. Up next is Cameron Kruger.
93
374 pounds. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. 93 kilo and 170 kilo opener.
All right, here's Cameron Kruger coming up. 374 pounds. No liftoff.
Getting nice and settled, making sure his shoulders are locked in place. Whoa! I think he jumped.
He might have jumped the start
really
command there.
Upset. Yeah.
Yep, no lift there.
The spotter just sitting there going,
Yep. See, our
Yeah.
our side referees didn't even have their hands down yet, so he went a little bit too fast there.
Yep, that is.
He just got too excited. Gotta
Yeah,
relax,
he
bro.
did. and again, this is where you're going to see it. The first attempt.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it's always good to get it out of the way on the first attempt.
Yep. Go ahead, reset. And I mean, honestly, he can keep going like his plan was. That was an easy lift for him. Keep on with your same plan. It's all good. Your second attempt, will you be your first?
Mr. Darrell Webster, Spider Webb, sitting in wait for 446 pounds for an opening bench attempt. This is our heaviest bench,
Dang.
if I'm not mistaken, of the day.
I was worried I was going to have to get it out there and spot.
Yeah,
If
this
I
is
wonder,
our
we might need a-
this is our heaviest bench of the day. Wow, Darrell
All right.
Webster, 446 as an opener.
All right, let's see how he gets it. Shoulder sunk, feet getting a little antsy. But it's a little hard at the top. May just not be giving it everything.
That's a good lift. Let's watch that back. A little bit of a bobble once we got to the very end of that lockout. Right there. No, that was pretty okay.
Yeah, that's fine. He's got 460 pounds up there. You know? It can shift a little.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Coming up next is Mr. Matt Arnold. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he is going to only get his opener, and then he is going to scratch his second and thirds, as a gentleman would, looking to get his total for Powerlifting America. 75 kilos across the board.
Yep. And that just gets him on the board, gets some totals on there without interrupting his training flow.
That's right.
It's a rest day, essentially, with gear.
That's right. Exactly. And a little bit of a bigger crowd in front of you.
A little bit, yeah. My rest days are not this crowded.
No, not at all. They're going to let that clock run down for Mr. Arnold.
And it's not just nice for the rest of the lifters. The spotters and loaders really appreciate it. You see three
Absolutely.
of them drinking water. Our refs getting some water. Everybody just kind of, all right, take a second. Let's breathe. It's a fast-paced day. Our spotters and loaders are flying. One of our few equipped lifters lifting today. I believe we've got 3 total equipped lifters.
Do we?
Yeah.
I thought Matt was the only one.
Well,
And
there
he's not even doing
know,
equipped technically.
it
He's doing
could
everything raw.
be because there's 2 lifters that couldn't make it. Maybe those are the 2.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have the inside scoop, but Christopher Lewis will be coming to the stage at 105 kilo jump or press. That is, I mean, he's a big guy. Maybe just getting some totals on.
It's a 30-kilo jump. No big deal.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, this is – okay. So this is one red, yellow. He might be going 2 reds and calling it a day.
Goodness. I see. Yeah, that's what he's doing.
I respect it.
Oh, yeah.
So locked in, dude. Wow. Blasted through that second
they are.
attempt. Let's watch that back. Absolute beauty. Christopher. Lewis, look at this here. Boom, right off the chest. Didn't even look like a struggle.
No. Well, we had Brandon, at the opener, just put on 1 red, 2 red, 3 red.
Yep. Yep.
And it's having fun. It's being out in the sport. It's enjoying yourself and just locking in a total.
All right, here's Mr. Eric Traeger, 135 kilos.
Not fooling around. Going for what he's going for.
Yeah, Eric's having himself a meet. 297. If he makes this, he'll be 5 for 5.
That kind of consistency is so great going into deadlift. Being able to lock in and go and not having to overstrain yourself just really helps to give it everything you've got because you've got more to give.
And that's ultimately what it comes down to is just hitting your lifts. Because at the end of the day, the only way you're going to be able to add pounds to your total is if you hit your lifts.
Yep.
Here's Eric Traeger.
Really easy. Great weight on the rack command. That's what we call textbook.
That's right.
Up, down, rack. Beautiful work from him. And to be expected. So we got Foster White with a 10-kilo jump to 147.5 kilos. I got no idea what that is in pounds.
325. I only know that because it's right in front of me.
Quick maths.
All right, here's Foster White. 10-kilo jump from first to second. And I just lost my lifting cast.
Nice
there we go.
pause.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That moved very well. We'll be really curious to see if he does another 10-kilo jump or a 12.5 kilo. Because, I mean, that just moved.
I would almost do a 10.5 kilo jump just to play it safe. Because I'm always someone that will, let's add pounds to deadlift if we need it. Let's solidify what we have for the subtotal and then play the game. So we'll see. Although that, based on how fast that moved, because it was a air ball, he might even go 12. Shoot, maybe even see 15.
I mean, I could. 15 would be really cool to see that if he can pull it off. He might just be failing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean that, and you do see with really big lifters, you will see that kind of major jump. So you got Jalen Allenby, 160 kilo, 93 kilo lifter. That's 352 pounds. Hey, you can hear the crowd cheering for him. Getting that nice and settled in. Gets the handoff and then gets the butt down. Now he's got the start command.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Really, really good. That's going to be a good lift.
Sticking point right at the end there, so that got to squeeze those triceps.
Not a common sticking point, but still one that has to be fought.
And back-to-back like the cover of Lethal Weapon, like Jordan 96, 97, the Allenbys. Justin is going to come behind with 374 pounds.
And again, you see one of these bigger lifters doing a 12.5 kilo jump. Yeah. That's fair. 120 kilo plus lifters, they can do that kind of thing. They can fool around like that. Because again, it's the percentage of their body weight that they're jumping up. It's not that much compared to a 56 kilo lifter. So it's just a touch shaky, great depth.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, a lot of control.
Sets him up very, very well for that third attempt. I think he might have another 12.5 kilos.
Yeah. If there was a dogfight going on, maybe there would be a push for 15, but I think he should be locking in that 12.5. This is
I'm looking.
If you go on liftingcast.com, you can see what they lock in. They are allowed to change it, but you can go ahead and see what's going to be coming up.
So Justin currently sitting well ahead in the open 120 pluses.
Good for him.
About 110 kilo projected gap between himself
Yeah.
and Jackson Norton. So we're really not seeing that many quote-unquote battles
Yeah.
or fights, which, it
happens.
It happens.
You know.
Us as commentators and behind the curtain, we like to see those kind of things because that makes it more interesting for the viewers at home.
So
but
much fun.
either way, we just get to commentate some good
And
lifting
this is
at that point.
Cameron, who failed his first, I think it was a re-rack jump.
Yep.
Ooh, maybe elbows. He's mad about that. He wants those 3 whites. But he got that one, so we're going to go ahead and move to who is next.
Now it's Cameron Kruger. That was
apologies.
Jackson Norton
Yes, of
just
course.
now because
Yeah.
I goofed and didn't
That's
hit the replay again.
All right,
Here's
so
Cameron Kruger.
Yeah, he was the one that jumped.
Mm-hmm.
He jumped the start command. That's what he had done. Let's see if he's got the patience for it this time. Hands down, call is made. Perfect.
Hold it. Much better.
Exactly.
I was going to say.
Don't go 2 for 3. And like we said earlier, yeah, he stuck with that plan of 10-kilo jump. It was a technical error, not a physical one. Gets it, moves it well like a second attempt should. Very, very good.
Coming up next, Mr. Daryl Webster, 205 kilos, 2.5 kilo jump. Interesting track. Like we said, we're going to see a whole bunch of different game plans here, a bunch of different attempts put in. Now, if I'm not mistaken, folks, I believe this surpasses the Powerlifting American North Carolina record bench press. I think he surpassed it on his opener, so this is looking to just add on to that record. But unfortunately, since he is in the guest weight class,
I was worried. I just
he's
seen
not
that the
going to
first
count
time.
for. It's not going to count for his weight class, which would be 93. So it
Yeah.
might count as the 105s. I'm not sure how that exactly works out in terms of records for guest lifters. I'll have to get more confirmation on that. But
Got no idea.
at the moment, he does have those 105s.
So we are just getting word that he did, in fact, miss weight. Does he qualify as a 93-kilo lifter most of the time? He does not. Gotcha. Just launches it.
And back to the top of the order now, folks. We are just cruising right along.
So he's just going back for that second one.
No, I hear you, Jim. Okay, so those are test.
So it looks like he is scratching that again. Yeah, because it was Matthew Arnold who was just putting up some totals. So yeah, we're just taking that minute, enjoying ourselves. Go get some snacks real quick. Come back. You got 30 seconds.
We got to save that for the end.
Oh.
That's my classic bit.
I didn't know we had bits.
Oh no!
Oh.
After every lift, you got to grab some snacks. Sit back,
Absolutely.
relax, grab some snacks.
All right, so now we're going to be moving on to our next lifter.
Yep.
Oh,
Marshall's
not
sitting
quite
in front
run
of
out.
us, so tired of me saying that.
all right.
And that is the end of the lift for Matt Arnold. Matt Arnold currently 2 for 6 on the day, having only hit his openers. It's a tough day for Matt. We'll see if he can come through. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's a tough day for him.
Bars
right.
loaded up next for Chris Lewis. Now, another 2.5 kilo jump, so I wonder if he's going to scratch this one as well.
He did it. He did his other attempt, though.
Well, so for squat, he did his second attempt, went up 2.5 keys, and didn't come out. So he went up 2.5 keys for that. Oh, whoa, here he is. He doesn't have a singlet on. Whoa, hold on. We've got 30 seconds. You see what I mean, folks? You have the whole time. Use that clock. Go out there, hit your lift,
look
and
at these
leave.
refs. Everyone's giggling.
Oh, my gosh.
And you saw him run on and off. He had his singlet
Chris
off.
Lewis.
He had to get it on before it get down there.
Oh, man. Look at that. Always a good time here at Palmetto State Barbell, folks. Oh, man. Christopher Lewis. He comes away 3 for 3 on bench.
There we are. Look, you got to get your totals. You got to get your lifts to get a total. All right, so now we got Eric Traeger. Again, not fooling around. His first time back in a long time with a 140-kilo bench from the 120-kilo lifter. So we got another 5-kilo jump. So a really healthy jump up for his third attempt.
Healthy.
Healthy.
I like that. Good healthy jump. Beefy. Stout. I was trying to think of a
Get your
Star
feet
Wars
off
pun, but
those.
it didn't work.
Yeah, he had his feet up in the air. I was worried about them touching on the platform. That was something they were emphasizing in the rules meeting this morning. So there you see him getting locked in and getting that set before getting that butt down. Refs give him a go.
Come on, press. Beautiful finish there, Eric.
Oh,
Good wait for
really
the command.
Great third
Red
attempt.
lights. Eric actually benches a lot like I do, very fast to the chest, conserving a lot of that eccentric energy for the press itself.
I'm the same way. I don't have a very good bench at all, but if I go down faster,
me either.
I lose it. I lose that tension if I go down fast. I got to hold it and lock it in.
Yep.
Because it'll slip out of me. Oh, Foster White, another 10-kilo jump. 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds.
And we're only going up from here, folks.
Beautiful touch. Whoa.
Plenty in the tank. I hope Foster's a deadlifter because if he is, we're going to have some fun.
This is going to be great. Again, liftingcast.com. You want to go ahead and find our meet. Powerlifting America Upstate Classic 2024.
With the palm tree.
Got to have the palm tree. Because right now, we've got, 4 or 5 lifters in bench left?
Yep.
And now we're going to get into deadlifts, and that's where the fun, that's where the strategy, that's where the coaches start playing.
If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the only meet I've ever seen on Lifting Cast with an emoji. It might be the only one I've ever seen.
Might be.
I've never seen another meet. I don't know.
We've broken barriers before.
We are setting standards here at Palmetto State Barbell. Jalen Allenby, 358
kilo jump. I like this. Just get a little bit more.
He did have trouble at lockout.
He did struggle just a little bit. He got one red, I think, on the left side. Great touch, good depth. Keep pressing.
Beautiful.
A
little bit of an up and down. I hope they don't see it, and they don't. 3 white lights.
I didn't see an up and down. I saw a left side, a right side going up individually.
So that's allowed so long as the center of that bar doesn't go back down.
Exactly. And that's why it's so important to watch, as a spotter, the lifter and making sure, because if you watch the ends and see that go down, it may just be the left side skyrocketing and the right not moving at all, and that angle changes. So you got to watch the entire lift.
Up next is Jackson Norton. 175 kilos, 385 pounds.
A much more moderate jump compared to his last one.
Yeah, 12.5 kilos to 5 kilos. Little bit more reasonable jumps there.
Plummets it again.
God.
Oh, keep it going, keep it going.
Get it up.
That's exactly what I've been talking about.
That's going to count, folks.
That is definitely going to count.
That's
There's
a good
3
lift.
lights. Oh, thank goodness.
Watch that all the way through, folks.
You see his
It can
right
go
side
up.
flies. Left hand doesn't drop. He checks it.
Good job there by Hudson on that left side, not grabbing the bar. Hudson and Josh and Val doing a great job on the platform today.
Absolutely.
And my girl, Megan. Shout out Team
There
Ganondorf. All right. The second tower, Justin Allenby.
A bit more of an aggressive jump on his second or his third attempt than His brother? No.
Oh, yeah, they're brothers. Oh, they're brothers, all right. Them some strong boys.
7.5 kilo jump, but it's still down from his 12.5 kilos, and I think he's got it. What a great angle we've got here. Ooh.
Oh. Good eye there from Josh having grabbed that early. He went down just a little bit.
Yeah.
No sense in letting them having to push that too much. See, Josh, as soon as he saw that bar go down, dips, grabs it.
Yeah, and a lifter may be mad about that, but that facts is the facts.
It's to keep you safe.
Yeah.
It's to keep the lifter safe and to not only that, but just really just to make sure you don't die.
Yeah. You know, you're not going to get this lift worried about you hurting yourself, trying to save it.
Right.
And it's a close call, you know, when things like that happen. But I think the right one was made there. Okay, so we missed the first attempt. And again, this is that technical. He threw it back before they were ready, or they dropped it before he was ready. So I think this is a good choice. He may have had 10 more kilos in the tank, but I like this 7.5. Go ahead and lock it down. He's flying already. Oh, hitting the bar.
Ooh, I wonder if that butt came up just a little bit. I don't think it did,
No.
and judges didn't think so either. 3 white lights. It's very tough to see.
This right side hits the beam.
Oh, does it? And he's able to come through with it.
Oof.
That's a good save.
Yeah. With a 10 kilo jump, I don't think he would have saved that.
No.
I mean, that takes just that little bit does take a lot out of you trying to correct it, because you're trying to put it up in one motion, and now you got to pull in 2.
Yep. Trying to come out of the groove or trying to go back into the groove once you're out of it is way more difficult
Absolutely.
than just
staying in.
Just staying in it or just letting it go, let the spotters take it.
Yep.
And, folks, our last bencher of the day, Daryl Webster, 210 kilos, 462 pounds. And here he comes.
There we go.
This is 462 pounds, our heaviest bench of the entire day, folks.
We are moving on to deadlifts right after this. Let's see this powerhouse. See what he's got.
Oh, my goodness.
Press
Can he
it.
finish?
It's not done. He's going to have this. Oh, man, that right side's really struggling. He's still pushing.
Oh, no. I don't think they're going to give it to him.
No, I think
as much as I would love it. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that right arm was just not locking. And that's going to be it, folks. That's going to be a no lift, unfortunately, for Daryl Webster. But that will be the end of our coverage of the bench press
Deadlift
for the 2024 Upstate Classic.
Now, what do we need to do?
We are going to take a 10-minute break while we get fixed up for the bench press. You've got about 10 minutes, folks. So let's say it's about 1 o'clock. It's right around lunchtime. Go and grab you a Chipotle bowl, maybe a Sprite, maybe some chips. Shoot, if you got a little bit extra money, get you some queso, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right, so we are now starting our deadlift. We are just a touch behind schedule, and we have seen a great lift from Sarah West, getting that 90 kilos in. Now we got Tommy Norton coming in as a 84-kilo lifter, starting with a 90 kilos. I'm sorry, Sarah Harris started with a 65 kilos. My apologies. So bar is loaded, and there she is. Are those toe shoes?
They are.
They are?
And they're legal.
I didn't know that. I don't know why I assumed they had to be closed toe, but
Easy opener there for Tommy. 3 white lights. And folks, the deadlift is the third discipline of the day and the last discipline of the day. It's also the easiest in terms of adhering to the referee's commands. There's only one command, and that is down. So as long as that lifter initiates the start of their pull within their 1 minute allotted time, they will get the down command once they show that the weight is picked up, knees are locked, hips are locked, and so on and so forth.
now there are a few technical calls that they can get called for. So, for example, one is called hitching, in which that the lifter gets it up to like past their knees and starts, thrusting it up over and higher and higher. That is not allowed. Let's see what Deja Wilson's got. 110 kilos makes it fly. Now that is what an opener should look like. You can see our spotters getting ready, Val and all of our other loaders getting it ready to go. With confidence, she's got it. All right, so we're going up a bit already. Taylor Waters at 120 kilos from the 76 kilos. Okay, I do want to remind you guys, please open liftingcast.com. You can see, ooh, Taylor's flying, attacking the bar. I like the energy. I'm one of those people that believes you got to go in and get it. Attack the bar with full aggression. It is an explosive lift. And that's where training comes into play, where getting locked in, getting your rhythm, getting your technique down so that you can just roll up and attack the bar. All right, Barat giving him grief in the warm-up room just before he's going on. He's doing a great job so far today with a 150-kilo lift from a 59-kilo lifter. Really impressive stuff to start an opener as. Let's see if we didn't psych him out. A little heavy to start, but really impressive place to be as a 57-kilo lifter, really moving that weight well. Just maybe not as easy for the first attempt. Still, that just may be how he lifts. And we got Sarah Ulrich, 157.5 kilos. 76-kilo lifter. I believe that is our ref right there. Sarah Ulrich to the stage now. Getting nice and settled. Taking her time. Locking in that first easy lift. Nice. And again, this is a lift that you want to get every day of the week. Worst day of the month, 3 times easy. All right, so we're going to have Brian Cochran coming up. 200 kilos. And this is what I was talking about with Barat. I mean, he was opening with 3 times his body weight to start. And, Brian Cochran's coming in with 120-kilo lift with 200 kilos on the bar.
Back like I never left, kids.
So there he is. No weight. Right up to the bar.
Did you already talk about the rules of the game and all that jazz?
Yeah, we got a little bit rolling into it in terms of we discussed hitching is about it.
Okay.
Of what things you can't do. We've obviously discussed. It's a very simple lift in terms of the discipline and the procedures, but one of the things we can't do is hitching. What are the other things? that
Yeah,
we cannot do as a deadlift.
Yeah, so we've got hitching, which, like we said, is when you're kind of jumping the bar, kind of scooting the bar up the thighs in order to lock it out. You've also got ramping, which is similar to hitching. The only thing is that once the bar is in motion, your knees kind of go back under the bar. You kind of sit back onto your heels a little bit and use your thighs as a ramp, as it were, which is why it's called ramping. Other things we could see, soft knees, some up and downward motion as always. Probably some big darn deadlifts from Corey Royal, 573.
We just saw him. I think he was lifting that with a green plate in the warm-up room.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we're just kind of sitting there going, wow,
Yep.
that's a lot.
Let's see.
We are already on to second deads.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
That was quick.
The spotters and loaders are flying through this, getting everybody set up, ready to go.
There's also 8 folks in this flight, so it'll go pretty fast.
So we're back with Tommy Norton at 100 kilos.
220 pounds.
Everything that we've seen so far has been very, very clean, pretty textbook. I mean, these are opener deadlifts attempts, so it's just getting it up right now. You could be kind of lax on form on something like this. It's a pretty easy thing to do. Yeah, just standing up with it. A good lift from Tommy Norton. So now we got, so I wonder what was going on before. Sarah Harris going from 65 kilos
to 115?
115. I'm wondering if she's being coached by anybody because this is the one who had a bench of 30, then 45, and then 60. I'm wondering if she's just seeing, where she is getting this attempt selections from. The reason is they're a bit unconventional. They're rather large. Let's see how she handles it. She handles it very well towards the top, though.
I mean, it worked.
Lift.
It worked.
And the reason we're critiquing this a little bit is that it's a bit hard to gauge a weight when you make these big jumps of how you're feeling that day. If you're in the warm-up room and you're adjusting a little bit, you can kind of feel where you are, and if you're a more experienced lifter, know what's going on internally with yourself.
Right.
When you have these big jumps, it's just harder to gauge because you have less closer related data points. But she made it work, and if she can get a third, there we go.
Here's Deja Wilson, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds, and she's a sub-junior, so that means she is under the age of 20 years old.
Man, making it move.
Let's watch the replay on that one. I wonder if it caught it. Oh, it did. Good. I wonder if she pulled it too fast for the replay. Beautiful work. Coming up next was Taylor Walters, 281 pounds.
7.5 kilo jumps. These are good jumps for these general weight classes. And so, shrugging at the top, getting it up there. 3 white lights. She looks like she's having a great day. She's been having, I think she's only missed.
She hasn't missed any. So far, she's 8 for 8.
That is, honestly, some days that's just the goal, is to go 9 for 9 and just have a great meet day. All right, Barat, 10 kilo lift. Again, the 59 kilo lifter with 160 kilos. This is a really impressive pound for pound deadlift. Yeah, we were gassing him in the warm-up room, and he's showing us what he's made of.
Barat Yadav. Listen, I said you got to do better. I was only kidding. Goodness gracious, Barat, 3 white lights. Kid can yank a bar off the ground, let me tell you. Here's Sarah Ulrich, 170, 12.5 kilo jump. All right, bars loaded now for Sarah. Here we go. And, folks, you're going to see two different kinds of stances. Might as well be a good time to talk about the different stances with the deadlift. So you see Sarah Ulrich electing to go for a sumo stance. Sumo just means you're having the feet pretty wide. Some elect to have it outside, pretty close to the plates, actually. But you want your feet wide. Hands are going to be inside the knees. It's going to be a little bit tougher to come off of the ground, but lockout is generally a little bit easier. And then conversely, you've got the conventional deadlift, which is basically the exact opposite. Yeah. Hands are going to be outside of the knees. Feet are going to be fairly close together. It's going to emphasize a lot more of the lower back and the hamstrings, whereas the sumo will do more quad and hip and glute. It's going to be a little bit faster off the ground, but you are going to find a little bit tougher time at lockout. So let's see how Brian goes here. 215.
With the conventional deadlift.
Yep, so it comes off the floor well. Lockout was fast, but he did kind of have to find a second wind for that one.
Yeah.
Still a good lift, three white lights.
Big jump. I mean, he's a bigger lifter, absolutely, but a 15-kilo jump is no joke. Now, any softer on those knees, and they may have called that.
Yep.
Just a little bit of an edge case there.
Coming up next at the very end, Mr. Corey Royal. This is 17.5 kilos added on. This is 611 pounds for a second attempt.
He's enjoying himself. He's having a great day so far.
And Corey's had himself a day. Has a great support system at Hard Work Strength and Conditioning. And in Mr. Rise and Shine himself. I'm going to give it to him.
Yeah. Worry about on a lift like this, looking for locked knees and locked back shoulders. Your hips can kind of be doing whatever they want, but like with your shoulders locked back and your knees locked back, there's not a lot of room for them to play around.
Right.
But there is not a rule directly stating these have got to be doing those things. They are looking for shoulders, knees locked, and all of the hitching and other movement type restrictions that we've discussed.
That's right. All right, bars loaded now for Miss Tommy Morton. We're on to third attempts, which means after this round of squats, all of our lifters in this flight are done for the day. That is it. So this is going to be their last shot for the platform. Going to looking to end on a solid note here.
So we, again, on liftingcast.com, you can start seeing those totals, the forecasted coming in. Things are a little confusing when you look at them and this kind of stuff. When there's just one person finishing, everybody's going to be like first place. It's also because, we've got only 27 lifters. So there are a lot of people that are only going to be one of one in their category.
If I'm not mistaken, I think everybody is one of one, aside from the ladies' 76s and the men's 120 pluses. And the men's 83.
Yeah, there's a lot. That feels right. There's a lot of golds, a couple of silvers, and I know there's a bronze or two on that table somewhere.
Yep, that's going to be
not much.
Yep, that's going to be for our open 120 pluses.
All right, clock is running down on Deja Wilson. We saw her there in the window. There she is.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your bar is loaded. We're talking to you. Come on. Let's go. There we go. Miss Deja Wilson.
Getting locked in.
264 pounds.
Taking her time. Really liking her chewing this clock, using all the time she's got and all of the strength she's got left.
A lot of times when you're looking at the deadlift, a lot of the main, or especially when I'm looking at the deadlift, a lot of it is built on the starting position, right? And so especially with the sumo, where it is so much more technical, where you are more likely to have the hips rise up, the more you're able to stay patient off of the floor and the more you're able to hold that position at the top, the easier your lockout is going to be.
Absolutely. Sarah Harris with this is a much more moderate jump. Now she kind of knows where she's feeling. I do like a 7.5 kilo lift. It may be a little heavy for her. Oh!
So that's where we saw, folks. That's probably going to be a ramp and a hitch. So if we looked at the replay, folks, yep, 2-to-1. We're going to see her pull, and then the knees are going to come back under the bar right there. Yep. And then we saw her hitch just a little bit on the way up. That's okay. She'll still come away.
What's she lifted today? Is it one red
She'll
each?
come away with a 220 kilo total.
Nice. All right, lower loaders and spotters getting set for Taylor Walters. A 132.5 kilo lift.
Now Taylor looking to solidify a perfect day. Currently 8 for 8, so if she hits this, this will solidify
Bring it home.
the white
Look
unicorn.
At that!
We have followed the white rabbit, 3 white lights across the board. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think a single red light for Taylor Walters. Let's look.
Look at
Not a
this.
single
Wow.
red light across the board. All white lights. 27 of them to be in fact.
Incredible. What a great day for her. Again, she trains at our home gym and been very good to see her growth over the years as she progresses. Just a phenomenal day. All right. Show us what's what, Barat.
Barat Yadav, we were talking all that gibbity-gabbity in the warm-up room. Now let's see it.
Go ahead, put Nick in his place.
This is almost 3 times body weight, folks.
Get it.
Finish,
Keep
finish,
going.
finish, finish, finish,
This
finish,
is a
finish.
mental grind more than physical.
Wow.
Oh, my Lord. That's got to be 3 white lights.
Excellent work, Barat.
Look at this. He doesn't hitch. He doesn't hinge. He just pulls. With that lat, glute, and quad engagement, just way to lay it on the table.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're talking about, you know, with pulling maybe a bench or just easing out of it. It leaves that room to just grind. I mean, he didn't have 2.5 kilos more on his bench if he wanted to do something like that. You can hear the entire crowd just chanting for Sarah. 182.5 kilos, another 12.5 kilo jump.
402.
402.
This
from
is
the
a
78
This has
kilo.
got to be a milestone lift for Sarah. 402. Third attempt deadlift, all or nothing.
She can get this. Oh. Castor cursed it.
I definitely cursed her. Damn it. Got a little bit too far out in front of her there off the shins. Off the floor it was strong, but once she started finding that sticking point right at the knees, bar just got pretty far out in front, and from there it's pretty hard to overcome.
Yeah. Man, you can see she was absolutely working for that and really wanted it. Just getting a little emotional. Just that 400 kilo or 400 pounds.
That's huge.
That's massive.
That's
certainly
huge
can't do
regardless
that.
of who you are.
No. And so to not get that after having such a good day, man, it's just like that one last thing you've got to go fight for now. That just means we get to see her again.
That's right. That's right. If you leave anything on the platform, that means you have to come back and pick it up.
Yep. And I love watching her lift. She's a really fun lifter to watch.
Oh, yeah.
We saw her at Beer City Brawl. I think that may have been her first meet, and she did phenomenal there.
All right, up next, Mr. Brian Cochran.
Coming out to put on a show. Get out of my way.
Brian here also looking to go 9 for
kilos.
9.
20 kilo jump.
Whoa. It's a bold move, Cotton.
That really is. But he's pulling it off.
Was that a little bit of a rant? No, not at all. 3 wide lights.
Knows what he has. Doesn't need to check.
Finishes 9 for 9 on the day.
Look at this. Thank you. Next.
And our last lifter of the first flight, folks, Corey Royal. 285 kilos, 628 pounds. All right, Corey, let's get it. Rocking all SBD, powdered up, ready to rock. Let's see it, Corey.
Can he pull off? Oh, keep on pressing. Come on, it's all yours.
Oh,
Lock those
my
shoulders.
gosh. I think he might have gotten it. I don't
It's
know.
getting close.
Come on, 2-1. Oh, mamma mia. Let's see that replay.
There we
Oh,
go.
wow. Yep, so they might have seen a little bit of a hitch on that one side, but 2-1. Corey finishes the day 3 for 3 on deadlifts, 9 for 9 across the board, solidifying an amazing total to start off his run for Masters Worlds.
And you can see this is when a lot more experienced lifters will start going around and thanking the judges. A class act move I really like. Because, I mean, they are out here making really tough calls, really good calls today, I think.
Absolutely. All of our calls have been consistent, clean across the board.
Yeah. And now we're back at the top of the next flight. Flight B with Luis Hernandez, 147.5 kilos for the 74-kilo lifter. Just going to put that right there. Exactly where you want it.
As an opener should be.
Yep. Sit down, stand up, walk off.
I thought he was going to do another cluster single.
You know what, I think
He
I might-
stood back and thought he was going to do it again.
This feels right to just go ahead and do that again. You go, all right. Well,
See,
nah,
he looked like it. He looked like he said, you know, what if I did?
Let me hit that again. All right, so we got Aiden Mendoza, 177.5 kilos from a 74-kilo lifter. And he is a
Aiden-
junior.
Yes. So he's
So he's
between
a
the
bit
ages
younger.
of 20 and 23. And he missed his opening squat and his last bench. So we're looking for a clean run from him for deadlifts.
And the squat was just a technical issue,
Yes.
as most missed open squats are.
Is he gripping on the smooth? Like
think
a
he
demon?
was.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness. Somebody rein him in.
So Aiden Mendoza choosing not only the sumo stance of war, but choosing double overhand hook grip on the smooth of the bar. Not even the knurling, the smooth of the bar. Whoever hurt Aiden Mendoza, please apologize.
And to be honest, if I could, that's where I'd have I would love knurling there.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I'd want it. But no, I don't actually do it. You're a madman, sir. Seth Hughes, 200 kilos. Is he also? No, he's not as insane with the over and underhand grip.
Nice.
Poof. Luckily, we cleared airspace for that lift because it flew.
I don't know what them Traeger boards are doing over there, but they know how to deadlift.
Good Lord.
Beautiful. Textbook.
I tell you what, our spotters and loaders are flying. They are moving faster than we are. We are already 5 seconds into Hunter Burnett with the Mountain Dew.
Oh, he's got him pulled up now. Yeah, now I see it.
They were a little rolled on the squats at least. So that's where most people are grabbing, just on the edge of the knurling.
Beautiful.
Just up and down. Oh, thank you, sir. That was very graceful. Just gently setting that down.
All right, coming up next, Mr. Nolan Burnett, 210 kilos, 462 pounds for the product of Legacy Strength. Making sure they're getting the bar all nice and scrubbed up.
Yep.
And a lot of times you want to be sure that that bar is cleaned off, especially when you go from a sumo to a conventional lifter. Because a lot of times sumo pullers are going to be getting powder right where conventional pullers might put their hands, and vice versa. So you want to be sure to get that bar cleaned off.
And what you caught him smirking was Val actually wiping the bar exactly where his hands would be. Just like, on, thank you, Val. Poof,
Beautiful.
Just flies. His deadlift is really good.
And now Nolan, one of the few that can rock the frog stance, the hybrid stance. So it's technically still sumo, but it's a lot closer together. It does lend itself more to kind of a squat movement. That's a good lift. 3 white lights.
There we are. Gabriel Menendez, 215 kilos with the 83-kilo body weight. 474 pounds as an opener. And this is flight B.
Yep, so he's opening with just under 3 times body weight. No big deal. I was talking to him a little bit in the warm-up room. He said he wants to shoot for 250 today, which would be over 3 times body weight.
My goodness. It moves. I'm not sure if it moves 250.
I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. He's of that weight class where he could do 15-kilo jumps all the way there.
Right. And like we said, with sumo, that's going to be a little bit harder off the floor. It's going to take a little bit more time, and that lockout is going to be faster.
He didn't look super confident in that. He got off and went, okay. We'll see how we feel on second attempt. And he'll be able to better judge all that once he gets there. We've got John West coming next, 232.5 kilos. And the bar is loaded, and he is out.
This is 512 pounds for John West.
The junior.
All right.
It in. Ooh.
Unlimited power, John West. 3 white lights.
Just a little slow for an opener. Just a little bit of a grind. Well, his reaction to it is certainly not. He's going, all right, yeah, good. All right, moving on.
Up
Just
next
as we planned.
is Jalen Brown, 235 kilos, 518 pounds.
Bar is loaded. Great handling from his coach today.
Let's go. This is the weight you are looking for, Jalen Brown. No mind tricks for these fools.
518 pounds. We are seeing some attempt selection on lifting cast. Ooh.
Easy. Oh, did he get the down command in time?
He
did. Okay.
Ooh.
He might have got that down command real quick.
Might have.
Yeah, he would have had to have gotten as soon as he locked out. That was a close call, but he made it.
Yep. So Luis Hernandez, 165 kilos. Over double his body weight. There we go. Locking in. Getting amped. I am so excited for these third attempts. These are going to be really fun.
The party has started because the weight has hit the floor, but the party really starts once third attempt deads roll around.
Still grabbing that smooth part of our almost. Just a little bit, but gets it up fine. Doesn't look like he struggles too much with it. One-way street, bud.
Up next is Aiden Mendoza, 418 pounds.
Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, Aiden was the one that grips on the smooth. No, it was Gabe. Gabe grips on the smooth. Right? Maybe? Hunter? We'll see. We'll find out soon enough. We'll find out soon enough. From Aiden Mendoza, 418 pounds. Bar is loaded.
It was Hunter, I think, who grips on the smooth. Oh, wait. Nope, it's Aiden.
Yeah, it's Aiden.
He's a mad lad. He's a strong one, though.
Goodness me. Someone help him. 3 white lights. He has kind of a deadlift a la Nick Manders, just a little bit, with the inward knee angle, a little bit of a closer grip. Very clean work there.
Wow. Just putting on a clinic.
And going up 20 kilos to Hunter Burdett for 485 pounds.
All right. So we got Hunter now.
Sorry, folks, I died.
Yeah, no dying today.
Hunter Burdett. Feeling the rush of the Mountain Dew.
Oh, beautiful. I was worried he was going to be starting a little high. But just absolutely getting that butt down and just standing up. Beautiful movement.
All right, coming up next, we've got Seth Hughes. Now, Seth is going to take a big old jump, 30 kilos.
Jesus.
From 440 to 500. I wonder if he's going to go 540 next. Who knows? We're going to have to find out.
That is unreal.
All right, bars loaded. All right, Seth, let's see what we got here. This is a big, big jump, 507 pounds.
What?
Wow.
I missed
Okay,
it.
so he's probably got another 20 keys.
I actually did miss this lift. Here's where I looked away. Holy cow. And we talk about the struggle with a sumo lift is getting it off the floor. And a lot of the times it just, once it's off the ground, it's going.
Mm-hmm.
Very
He didn't.
rare.
He did not.
He
No.
didn't struggle with that at all.
Now here's Gabe Mendez, 215, 230. He might be going 245 for the next one, maybe 240.
And
We'll have to see how this one moves.
And while we've talked about a 15-kilo jump being big for squat or massive for bench, ooh, good second attempt selection, I think. Let's see if the
That's
judges.
probably going to be 235 to 240 for the second.
I would not have a 15-kilo jump. A deadlift, big jumps on deadlift are far more common.
But they're also a lot more missed. While third attempt bench press is the most missed lift of the meet, third attempt deads are very common too because, like we said, a lot of folks are going to be going for heavier weights, maybe taking bigger jumps in order to secure placings, qualifying totals, etc. And so
they're going for it, and they're gassed. It's the end of the day. John West, 240 kilos as a 93-kilo lifter. Psyching himself up. That last little brace. Can he keep going? Ooh.
Oh, got a little bit too off balance. I imagine he's going to try and retake that. You know, to be honest, I would add 2.5 kilos to that and go again.
You're kidding.
Because I'm a weird one.
You
Because
know-
he got that right at lockout. He's just a little bit off balance.
Yeah.
If he can maintain that, because what happened is he got a little bit anxious off the floor there.
Yeah,
and so if he's able to maintain that patience, find that lockout, I don't know that 2.5 kilos will be that much off for him.
Yeah.
And it will still add to his total from the first attempt.
And that comes down to he and his coach locking him in and dialing it in,
Yep.
making sure that he is ready to go and able to perform. That is going to be sometimes the difference maker on some meets. Now we got Nolan back up to the platform with a
32.5 kilo jump. What
is
in
this?
tarnation? Nolan's a deadlifter, like we
He
said.
is,
So
but this is actually insane. My God!
yeah, give him 6.
Put him away.
Give him 600 right now.
This monster of a man.
I don't know that should have moved that fast, but it did.
It
Wow,
really
crazy
did.
work.
And when deadlift, you see some lifters having larger gaps like
Yep.
this. It is most commonly a large lifter thing because, again, it's the percentage of weight that you are able to lift. But, I mean, that 32 kilos is a massive
I think that's the biggest jump we've seen today.
I'm not sure. I've personally seen a bigger jump.
Oh, I've seen people jump 40, 50 kilos
Oh,
before.
that's right.
It's
No,
insane.
I have seen that.
It's insane. All right, here's Jalen Brown, 17.5 kilos. This is going to put him on the ground. If he gets this, it'll put him at a 645 kilo total.
And then these second and third attempts, we really start seeing the application of baby powder and making sure that those bars are smoothly going up the leg.
Yep, and that's different than what's on the lifter's hands, folks. So chalk is on the hands, powder on the thighs. I like to say chalk makes it slick, powder makes it stick. Wait, no. Powder makes it slick, chalk
There it
makes
is.
it stick. There we go.
A really good, clean pull from Jalen Brown. Getting rid of that weight. Now we go back down to Luis Hernandez. Whoa! A 25-kilo jump. 74-kilo lifter. I mean, he's moving weight now. All right, we're on third attempts for the second flight. This is getting fun. The bar is loaded for Luis Hernandez. You can see he's clearly taking a hit of that ammonia, just some smelling salts. Locking it down. Ooh, that butt went up a bit. That's pretty tough. So he just comes out of the pocket just a little bit. Just a little bit heavy for him on the day.
Yep.
Still a great day overall. Is that his only missed? No, he missed another. No, wait.
Looks like he. Okay, so yeah, he only missed that last one. So yeah, 8 for 9 on the day.
You know, if I miss my last deadlift,
I'm fine.
I'm very happy.
I'm fine with that.
I went for it. I tried. You know.
Having made all my other lifts though? That's
yeah,
the thing.
Exactly.
Having
if
made
all my
other
lifts and I only missed the last deadlift, I'm very, very happy with the day. You know, if I did 2.5 kilos less and I get it, I may could have gone for 2.5 more.
Right.
You know, I'm always going to have that in my head. Let's see. Ada Mendoza. There we go. 200 kilos. Nice round number for him.
Coming up next is Mr. Hunter Burdett for his last lift of the day. 523 pounds.
17.5 kilo jump. And again, 105 kilos, these bigger 17.5 kilo jumps. This is not normal at all. This is clinical sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Bar is loaded. Here we go. Mouth guard, matching mouth guard as well. That's great.
Does it have Mountain Dew on it?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I was going to
Just
say.
sucking on it.
All right, Hunter Burdett. Is that a Deathly? Oh, he's got a Death Eater tattoo on. What a baller he is. I just realized that. Wrong franchise day, but it's okay. Hunter Burdett.
Oh, what a beautiful lift. Gently placing it down. And the judges love it.
Wow.
He's so hyped about that.
Able to stand that up like Anakin out of the lava. Oh, wait.
Well,
well.
no. It's the end of the day. We're running out of metaphors.
Let's just say Hunter Burdett ended on the high ground. Let's just say that.
There we are. That's the save.
There we go. Now Gabe Mendez.
Bars loaded for him at 240 kilos.
529 pounds here.
With the black and white fit.
You are one with the force is with you. You're one with the force is with you. Gabe Mendez, 530 pounds.
3 times his body weight. If he can grind it out.
Oh,
No.
It's not moving there today, folks. That's okay. Gabe will still finish 8 for 9 on the day.
Again, third deadlift I'm missing. I'm happy with that. Now we've got John West. John West is the one who missed that last attempt. And we're going to see if his coach and he can lock himself in and get that. And he's got a bit more baby powder on, I think, this time. That'll help a little bit.
He did not elect to go up that 2.5 kilos like I would have done. Probably a much smarter decision.
You can see the focus. He's getting his form down now. He's grinding it out. He can get this.
There it
hold his
is.
Balance.
See, I think 2.5 would have been there. See, huh? Now, see, had he missed that, I would have been like, see, I wouldn't have put the 2.5 on there. You know, commentary is all about playing both sides here,
absolutely.
folks. No, what a phenomenal run there for John.
Well done to him. All right, so we've got Seth Hughes now, 247.5 kilos, this 74-kilo lifter. He is having a really good day as well. Had a little bit of struggle with the bench. Or did he scratch those? I don't recall.
He scratched his third.
Gotcha. And we've only got 2. After this, it'll be 2 more, and it'll be the top of Flight C.
And then we're done.
Here he comes. He's got that chalk on now. Again, you are allowed to adjust the belt on the bar. He's struggling a little bit, or on the platform. There he is, locking in. And I, again, one to attack the bar. There it is. Keep it going.
Oh, man. Oh, man. What a fight there. Seth Hughes. Yeah, he started to fall forward just a little bit there. Good to know he's safe and sound coming off the platform.
Yeah.
Up next, Mr. Jalen Brown, 573 pounds. Bars loaded for Jalen. Here we go. Can we finish strong? Jalen currently 7 for 8 on the day.
For the 83-kilo lifter, I do like a 12.5-kilo jump. I do think it does work well with them. He is absolutely.
Listen, we're just having fun, folks. He's in his own groove.
Yes,
He's in his own
sir.
zone. Jalen Brown. Feeling the energy from the crowd. Wonderful energy from our spectators today.
Now he settles down. Still 20 seconds left. I love it when an athlete chews the clock a little. Oh, especially
wow.
when it's there. Ooh,
He got that down
He
command.
got that down.
He got that down command immediately.
Wow. Incredible.
What a show. Look at this.
Oh, bro, it goes down so fast. And he and his coach are just so ecstatic about it. A good day overall. Look at that. Smiles all around. And now we turn to our local, Nolan Burnett.
Oh, he is going 600.
Big jumps.
I called it.
We love it. 30-kilo jump.
Oh, I can't believe I called that right. Wow. Nolan Burnett.
You can see him hitting smelling salts in the back. He's going to give it everything he's got.
Looks
Got
like
a lot
Matt
more
and I have similar mindsets here.
I would love to see just an overabundance of baby powder, honestly. Just anything. But maybe he'll show me wrong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Keep
yeah.
pulling,
yeah.
keep
yeah.
pulling,
yeah.
keep-
yeah. Oh. God.
That's brutal. He has got that on the gym.
He grinded that out.
Yeah. Again, this is the end of the day. It looks like his left foot was just sliding a little bit out of his shoe.
Dang. Still, Nolan Burnett coming away with a phenomenal day.
Crazy deadlift.
I believe 8 for 9 on the day as well, having only missed that last deadlift.
So we got Matthew Arnold now.
Oh, and folks, we're on our last flight of deadlifters, which
go.
means this is our last flight of the whole meet. I better strap in.
Yeah, don't get snacks now. You're done. You got to lock in. You got to stay with us. This is where the fun really starts. So again, you can go on to liftingcast.com and follow us along. And Matthew just stands up with it. He is qualified. That's what he's here to do. Whoop. Thank you. Thank you. And have a good day. And there's Christopher Lewis, also going to stand up. He's got a total.
Oh, wow. What a guy. What a lift.
All right. That was fun. Now, we've got Eric Traeger.
Mr. Eric Traeger, 485 for an opener.
220 kilos. There he is. There's the man.
We got the Lana Del Rey coming in the background. You know it's time to go.
It's taken a little longer because we've gone from 75 kilos to 220 kilos.
Yep,
They're
so
having
we've
to get the bar
got
loaded.
to add some plates.
It's going to take a second. All right. Getting settled in. Staying a little loose.
Oh, wow. Smoke show.
There it is.
Smoke show.
And again, these are the lifts that need to be moving for 3 on your worst day of the month. To Jackson Norton, leveling it up to 235 kilos.
Bars loaded, 519 pounds for Jackson Norton. Having only missed that third attempt squat off the technicality, had a clean run through bench press. Let's see if he's able to keep the energy through deadlifts.
Remember, he got that squat up.
And he got that deadlift up too.
Ooh, just a little off balance setting it down, but that's a good clean lift.
I've got the same pair of Jordans.
I gotta see them. I do want a pair of Jordans exactly
I
like that.
got the same exact pair.
It is so good looking.
Foster White,
Mm-hmm.
523 pounds. For the men's open 105 kilo weight class.
The bar is loaded for him. Getting that belt set up. All right. A smooth, if we'll call it controlled. Won't say slow.
I was
We'll
going to
call it
say,
controlled.
now one thing I talk about sometimes whenever you look at a deadlift, and you want to see the difference between slow and slowing down.
Yes, exactly.
If it's going slow all the way up, then that's perfectly fine. But if it slows down, that's when you see a little bit of a weakness, a little bit of a difference in technique there possibly.
Absolutely. So we've got Cameron Kruger now, 240 kilos. The bar is loaded for him. Comes right out. No, we'll put that right there. All right. Could have used the force, but chose not to. Very respectable. We're absolutely jamming out at the end of the day. So got that mixed grip. Great lift from him.
Cameron Kruger, I find your lack of struggle disturbing.
It really, 255 kilos moving that easily. Very impressive feat.
Really sandbagging that opener. You know, it was rough, it's coarse, it gets everywhere.
Oh, jeez.
Marshall, I've been making Star Wars puns all day, dude.
that one broke me. That one got me. That took a second. All right. Daryl Webster. Here he is, 255 kilos. Nearly 2.5 times his own body weight.
Easy peasy.
That's the exact amount of baby powder I want on
Yep,
me.
yep. I want to see your legs pasty
I
white.
want half of it on the floor when I'm done.
Up
Great
next,
clinic.
Jalen Allenby. 285 kilos, 628 pounds. This
That is 3 times his
big.
body weight.
This is 3 times his body weight. 9, 18, 27, 369, 279. Yeah, this is a little bit over 3 times body weight. I think I did that math right. Someone check me if I'm wrong.
There's a song lyric in there somewhere. So let's see.
Jalen Allenby, product of Flex Training Systems.
Ready to attack the bar. Over here. That's where I want it.
Jalen Allenby.
With a conventional deadlift. The bar is adjusting on him. He's trying to get settled. He's still got plenty of time, another 30 seconds still.
Unleash the power of the dark side. Jalen
There
Allenby.
it is.
628. The force is strong with this one. Coming right behind is Justin, the brother.
Oh.
The second tower. 305 kilos, 672-pound opening attempt, excuse me, for Justin Allenby. Stronger than a Rancor when he's hungry. Justin Allenby.
This is the bottom of the flight, so we are going on to second attempts now. And again, if you follow on with liftingcast.com, you will see the next attempt is going to be 77.5 kilo. So we're probably going to have a little bit of a break. But here comes Justin. Tower of a man. 305 kilos. Minimal baby powder. Long way to go. Ooh, he's got long arms. Maybe not as long to go. Chest. Ooh, you good.
Looking to Tatooine more weight onto his total. God, that was a stretch. That was a stretch, and we did not make it. Beautiful second opener, though. My God, Justin's on it.
All right, now we move on to Matthew Arnold. So we probably going to be scratching this one if history is to repeat ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Really rough day for them. Only getting one lift on each, good lift on each one.
Tough day, but hey, this is the way. This is the way. Hey, I got a joke for you.
What's the joke?
If Vader competed in the Winter Olympics, what would his name be?
I don't know.
Darth Skater.
Oh, Jesus.
If Vader cooked meals for a living, what would he be? Darth Caterer. What would it be if he refused to join the dark side? Darth Hater. What if Vader worked in a restaurant? Oh, he'd be Darth Waiter.
You don't get this kind of commentary anywhere else.
What do you think his favorite meal was as a kid? Darth Tater Tots.
That was terrible. That was brutal.
How did he get to the top of the building?
Climbed?
Darth Elevator.
Oh,
Oh, man. See, Matt, this is what you get. If you're looking back on the live stream, Matthew Arnold, if you listen back to the live stream, you've got us saying Star Wars puns here, man.
This is entirely you. It's not us at all. That's what you get for it.
Also, for everybody, happy holidays. May the 4th be with you.
Exactly.
Chris Lewis coming up next, 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
All right. Oh, who, me?
In his own groove, he's in his own zone. Jaylen Brown.
All right.
Feel the energy from the crowd. Wonderful energy from our spectators.
So we got Eric Traeger coming up now. 240 kilos, a good jump up. He is, although, a 120 kilo lifter, so, I mean, this is not too outrageous. He's eyeing it. He wants it.
This is 529 pounds. Good jump from 485 pounds.
All right, bar is loaded and time is running down. Bar is much more farther forward now on the platform. Ooh, it moves really well.
Eric's always a good deadlifter. He's been a solid deadlifter throughout his time.
That makes things very fun. I love a great deadlifter. All right, Jackson Norton, 245 kilos, 120 kilos plus.
All right, here comes
Having
Jackson
a good
Norton.
day so far. Has he? I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
He's
Yes,
only
he
missed
did
one.
miss-
He
did
missed his
miss the
third
one.
squat.
Okay. I was not about to cast a curse that if he hadn't already missed one. Just stands up. Got a long way to go up.
Oh, my God.
He is just like a little off balance every time he
It's right at the top.
Yeah.
It's right at the top. We find a little bit of a bobble. I think he might just have to be pulling around his thighs there at the top.
Oh, he may be that. Yeah, that may be it. All right, so we got Foster White now. 250 kilos. A respectable jump up here. All right. Settling in. Good pull. Good attempt selection. I think you go down a little bit in the jump.
I was going to say probably 5 to 7.5 kilos.
Yeah, I think that's a good measure.
I think he might have 10 kilos for an
Yeah,
all-out grind. It'll
Yeah.
be tough, but we'll see what happens.
If he's had like a restful day,
Right.
he's not been grinding out too much on the other disciplines, he may be able to get that taken care of. But it's going to be close.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Cameron Kruger, though, looking to put on 15 extra kilos. The 93-kilo lifter could go to 3 times his body weight if he can keep this up. Well, you got to start here first. Again, that conventional deadlift. Ooh, moves it a little. Wobbly getting up there. But still 3 white lights. It's just a little bit of a work to get that up. And get that to the top. So we got Daryl Webster now. Here he is. So that is the chalk that we've been talking about, getting that on your hands and whatnot, making sure you can actually grip the bar. It's kind of like having gloves on when you're doing yard work. Just helps you grip onto something a little bit easier. And keeps the sweat off, too. That's my biggest problem with it all.
Right. All right, here's 611 pounds.
Oof. 277.5 kilos. Taking his time. Really love an athlete who can chew on the clock a little. And make it count as well.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. 255.
Do it again.
22.5 kilo jump. He's probably got another 10 kilos. I don't know if he's got a 22.5 kilo jump, but he's definitely got 10 at minimum.
Uh-huh.
All right, up next is Jalen Allenby, the Towers. The Towers are going to show us how to really deadlift 305 kilos, 672 pounds, but look no further. Justin is going to come right behind.
Yeah, this is what Justin opened with.
Imagine being that kind of brother, like, yeah, I just opened with your second attempt. If my brother did that to me, I'd be like, you know what? No, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm out.
All right, Jalen Allenby, time to put in some work, 672.
This is over already 3 times his body weight. The first attempt was already. That is a crazy number.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. He wasn't prepared for that to go down.
I think he knew it, too. He was like, I know what happened there. I think he just got a little bit too far out in front of him.
That was interesting. It does come off his knees. You're right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. We'll go figure that out.
Now coming on to our last lifter of the flight, and we're just loading the reds on the bar, folks.
Now, what does that do for attempt selection with him missing that?
I would still go up, to be honest.
Yeah,
I would still go up based on how fast I came off the floor. I just have to be extra careful about how I come off the floor. I'd also lower it by a lot. So he went from 285 to 305. I'd probably go he did go 315. How about that?
You're calling it exactly right. So we got Justin Allenby throwing all that out. 332.5 kilos.
The Allenby Empire strikes back. Oh, my gosh.
A little lopsided, but goes up clean.
Weight shouldn't be allowed to move that fast.
No, not at that level.
3 white lights. Justin Allenby is on a warpath, man.
My God. A little late.
God, shook the earth when he dropped that one.
Okay.
Look at all them
spotters
reds.
and loaders are going, oh, muddy, that's amazing. Everyone just looking around going, man, imagine being strong. I can't.
Imagine. Could not be me.
All right, guys. We're on our third attempts now.
And Matt Arnold's going to round us off with missing his third attempt before the clock even starts. I talked to Matt maybe between the lifts. I was like, Matt, I'm giving you so much flack on the live stream. He's like, dude, give it all. Give it all to me.
It's all warranted.
So he's actually competing at Equipped Nationals in 2 weeks.
Oh,
so he is here to grab his total and then compete at Equipped Nationals.
Yep.
So safe to say Matt Arnold will not be winning Best Lifter today.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, no, he's coming out. Oh, no.
My goodness.
He did it. Right at the end.
And he shakes the hands. I love it. Y'all could on the roaming camera, I could see him taking his shorts off and his hoodie and running around.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a class. That was great.
He did it.
Class act 2 going around.
Oh, man. What a day.
Take a victory lap, sir.
Matt Arnold. Oh, goodness. Always a good time here at Palmetto State Barbell, ladies and gents. This is the 2024 Powerlifting America Upstate Classic.
It's a little quick. I wanted to show we do have spots for our athletes. So
Look, he's already back sitting down. He's like, yep, we're done.
So he ran over. He dropped these yellow shorts and ran over. I was watching going, this is hysterical. This is amazing.
I think bar's loaded now for Christopher.
It has been for 15
And he's standing
seconds.
over there just chilling.
He's got to be somewhere. I can't find him.
Oh, yeah, he's sitting down right there.
Yeah, there he is. Well, I'm curious to see if he'll actually jump up and do it.
I don't know. We've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time. This is what we mean. Like, oh, you've only got a minute to do this. No, you got a minute to start.
I'm waiting for him to, jump up, but I don't think he's going to.
I would be sitting there with a timer going 5, 4, 3. It's such a fun time. I mean, when you have a meet running this well with this well-staffed volunteers that are this experienced, and like we have an organization running it this well, you get to cut up. You get to have fun. You get to fool around a little, you know. And when some of us are just putting up totals, yeah, we get to have that kind of fun. All right, we are moving on. Now it's back to Eric Traeger.
All right, let's get some lifting done. Eric Traeger.
I like this move.
562 pounds.
I like a 15-kilo jump for him right now.
I would have said 10 to 12 and a half, but that second attempt was a blast off.
Yeah.
So 255 should be no problem.
And this is one of those that, like, I've made every single attempt so far. If I miss this one and I don't need the qualifying total, I'm okay with that.
Right.
I'm okay to go and grind and see what I can do. So if I'm pushing a little bit right here, I'm okay with that.
And he's got an even 600 kilo total at the moment, so this will give him 615.
Exactly. Let's go for it. Let's shoot for the moon if we're even doing that. All right. Oof, no, not today.
Good run there for Eric Traeger. 8 for 9 on the day.
Yeah.
He'll finish out with that 600 kilo total.
All right, so we got Jackson Norton now with a 10-kilo jump. Ready and wanting it. Ooh,
It might be the camera angle, but that's a big man.
He's a big guy.
Oh, and that's a big.
Oh, no. Somebody catch him. That's very frustrating. He rips it.
He ripped it off the floor, too, but I think it was coming off the seat. Now he got stuck by his thighs again.
Yeah. You called that out when he was trying to go around him. That's tough. That's really frustrating. And he had done that with his squat of going for it.
Yep.
And he got his benches. They were all fine. But he went for that squat and celebrated too early.
Coming up next is, oh, yep.
You see him grinding for it, but he may have mentally just checked out.
Yep.
Right, and without having it done.
Yep, and I think once he
so
knew he
hard.
had to kind of hitch it to get the bar up to lockout, I think he was, he was
Going, oh,
it
what
was
have I
gone.
done?
And here's Foster White, currently 8 for 8 on the day as well, looking to keep the day going. This is 578 pounds.
And this is where, if it was close competition, things would be getting interesting with these third attempt misses. But really, we're all just kind of trying to see what we're doing.
Now I'm going to have a conversation with Val. She should not. There's a reason why Tiffany came in here and grabbed super glue. She wanted to glue the weight down. That's what it was. Look.
It's stuck. It doesn't come off the ground.
Tiffany just came and grabbed the super glue to give to Val so she can keep the weight on the ground. It's not good work, guys. All right, up next is Mr. Cameron Kruger for an even 600 pounds.
So we go up to 12.5 kilos. Do like that. We had a 15-kilo jump before, and it moved, but it didn't fly. So 12.5 kilos feels good. We'll see if he's able to lock that in. Not a ton of baby powder like I'd like.
And you'd want a little bit more baby powder with conventional as well.
But he makes good work of it. Wow.
Wow.
Well done.
3 white lights, 600 pounds.
I was worried about soft knees for a second, but he locked him out. Good lift.
He made it look like 405, to be honest.
And only missing that, was it first bench?
Mm-hmm.
First bench. What was that?
Yeah.
He must have jumped a start. He did jump a start.
Yes. No, he jumped the rack command.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
Yeah. He jumped a command.
Maybe it was the start. I can't remember. It's been a blur. Seen a lot of lifts today, folks.
Yeah.
Daryl Webster, 617, bars loaded.
He was ready to go.
So he was ready to get. Is he
He's
doing
like,
this
"Am I good?
beltless?
Am I-"
Oh, he's scratching. Okay. So he is going to scratch that attempt.
Now, that ends the clock, does it not?
Technically, it does since he came out for it.
Yeah. We need to move on.
Yep.
And then that's what the refs are going, hey, this is the technically we're doing. We got to move on.
Yep. Ooh, now Jalen Allenby going up from 305, missed at the knees to 315.
This is what you were recommending, was to go ahead and go up, not a huge jump, but just a little bit, back down a little bit. Let's see if he'll be able to get that and go around his legs.
All right, bars loaded. Allenby, number 1. Jalen, 694 pounds.
He's asking the crowd for it. Nearly 700 pounds on the deadlift for a 93 kilo lifter.
We can hear the screams from the crowd, folks. This is a huge deadlift here.
But
for a 93-kilo lifter.
It's just him in that room right now. He is locked in with himself.
There it is, folks.
Keep it going.
Like I said, there it is.
Locked it back. You saw that. There it is.
Quiet Storm. The Quiet Storm himself, Jalen Allenby. Talk to him nicely. I don't know what y'all were talking about on the second attempt, but we had that third in, ladies and gentlemen. What a run. 3 white lights for Jalen Allenby.
And you saw him, he got that call, and he sat in it.
Yep.
Got to enjoy that.
And, folks, this is it. This is our last deadlift and our last lift of the day for the 2024 Powerlifting America Upstate Classic here in Palmetto State Barbell.
And we've got a 20-kilo jump on the board.
To 777 pounds, folks. The magic numbers, 777. What are we going to see from the Justin Allenby, coached by Eric Traeger in the corner there?
You don't often get to see a nearly 800-kilogram lift of any sort.
No, not at all. Justin Allenby getting locked in here, wearing the Jordan headband. Back-to-back like the Empire, back-to-back like Jordan 96-97.
Trying to rise to the occasion.
Like Skywalker. The Force is strong with this one, Justin. Find your way. Oh, no. Gah! That was right there. Oh, man.
You could see he lost it before he even dropped it. He knew.
Oh, man. Man, what a run there. Hey, congratulations to Jalen and Justin. And congratulations to all of our competitors today for their phenomenal work on the platform. They've done an amazing job. And this has been a phenomenal meet for the first
Absolutely.
Powerlifting America Open meet in the Carolinas. I say we started things off with a bang. And, folks, that's going to be the end of our coverage. My name is Nick Stevens.
I'm Luke.
Ainsworth.
And we will see you next time. It's the end of the meet. You're free to go. Have a blessed day, and may the 4th be with you.
Take care.